A very good morning from the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. It's day 2 of week 4 here in Series 4, and day 1 gave us some debut delights for brilliant Belgium. Philip van Hasse did pick up a win on his opening day at the Super Series, but did provide us with a couple of decent performances, a couple of decent showings which you can take into day 2. As to Kevin Painter, just a solitary win from his first day. He's looking to improve going into day 2. As for Peter Hudson, he was solid as a rock, but looking to be making more of a push and picking up more points when it comes to day 2. 4 from his day. As for Martin Drac, well, he came out of the traps very well. He won each of his opening 3 matches, just stalled a little bit towards the finishing line. He finds himself on 6 points. As for Christian Kiss, his consistency saw him win 4 games out of 5 in the day. But it was brilliant from the Belgian debutant, Kevin Blomer, a 5-star affair on his first day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And watching all of that in the commentary box, the asset Paul Nicholson, who's up here on the balcony to look ahead to all of the action today. First of all, Kevin Blomer, we saw some stats and facts before we got the action underway yesterday, but actually on the stage, he settled very, very quickly. Yeah, I think when someone hasn't got a massive reputation before they come here, you wonder what kind of darts you're going to get from them, but he looked really comfortable all day, and I think even he was quite surprised that he walked away with 10 points from 10, but maybe Tuesday is going to be very different for him now, because now we expect. We think he's got the capabilities of maybe getting another 8 or 10 points today, but the pressure is going to be very different today than it was yesterday. Well, let's have a look at the table then, following the first day's worth of fixtures in Group A. As you say, Blomer at the top on 10 points. Christian Kiss on 8, and perhaps a fair reflection of his day yesterday. 4 really good performances, 1 that was off it. Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself, because 4 really good performances, and 1 where he just didn't find it. And that's going to happen when you're playing a lot of matches in a week. You're going to have some performances like that. But he didn't dwell on it. And after that, he had some really good individual performances, better than anybody else over the course of the day. He didn't just do it once, he did it 3 times. So we have to watch out for Christian today. As for Martin Drac, do you feel like he could have, perhaps should have got more out yesterday? Maybe. I think there was a key moment after Game 3. I think maybe the tiredness set in a little bit, and I think his engine will probably feel a little bit better today. I would expect him to do as good today as yesterday, if not a little bit better. Well, let's see how yesterday went numerically then in Group A. These are day 1's numbers chart. We saw 164 from Martin Drac, so a 12 darter. In terms of the overall average, 84.15, and the checkout rate, 31.71, just a little bit below what we're used to. Yes, it is. We always look at 85 to 86 for an average, and around the 33% mark for the doubles, so a little bit under par, but maybe the likes of Peter Hudson, maybe Kevin Painter can just up their levels a little bit, and I would expect Tuesday to be a little bit better than Monday, even though I think Monday wasn't too bad. Well, let's have a look then and see what the bookmakers think then about today following yesterday's action. 5 from 5, Kevin Blomer, he's coming to 6 to 4, but the bookies are not going away from Christian Kiss at 10 to 11. I think they're right. I think the levels that we've seen from Christian in individual performances so far tell a great story. He had a better running average yesterday than Kevin Blomer, and I just get the feeling that the doubles can't be ignored either. 41% for the day, and it was better than everybody else. Just because he had that one match that he lost yesterday means that he's in second position, but don't let that fool you into thinking that Christian Kiss is not the favourite. Obviously, Tuesday we call moving day here at the Live Lounge. Are Kiss and Drac the 2 that you look at the table and think could make the significant moves? Yeah, I would look at Peter Hudson as well. I think walking away with 4 points yesterday, he wouldn't have been happy with it, but there is a little bit of separation happening between the top 3 and the bottom 3, and the only person who's really hanging on to that precipice is Peter Hudson. He's got 1 foot on either side of that precipice, and I just get the feeling that the first couple of rounds are going to tell us where he stands when it comes to challenging on moving day. Well, let's see what the asset thinks then about today's action here in pool. So this is his ACCA for the day. Here it is. It's a very ambitious one, I've got to say. Just over 13 to 1 today's ACCA. You're feeling quite ambitious.
I think sometimes you've got to back the people who had good days yesterday, and that's what we've done with Kevin Blomer. Him to beat Peter Hudson, I think, is probably the biggest outside shot when it comes to this accumulator. So we've gone for Blomer to get the win there. We've gone for Drac to get more 180s than Van Gassen, and I think based on what we saw yesterday, that looks pretty enticing at 13 to 8. And as for most 180s for Blomer against Van Gassen, that looks pretty likely too. So these prices are quite inviting for things that could well happen.
18 plus at begambleaware.org if you're having a flutter on the Super Series today. Big question, have you got your thinking cap on this morning?
You can't see it, but I do.
Right, so it's time for the Tungsten Teaser. As it is Tuesday, you can get involved at home. Tweet us in the answer to @MSS Darts. And the question is this. Name the 16 Super Series players whose first name and surname start with the same letter. Paul Nicholson. I don't show the pundits advanced sites of these Tungsten Teasers, by the way, and he is having a right old look at that. There's some interesting names, but I think there might be a couple of names if you don't get at home, if you might feel like you may regret not getting.
Yeah, that's a lot of names. I mean, I do little teasers for my brain every single morning, but that one's going to take it to the next level. How long have we got for that, Henry?
You've got till game 15.
Well, I've got a job to do over the next 15 games, so you can do that, and everybody else at home can do it.
It is Wordle, but better. Anyway, to the Tungsten action itself. It sees Christian Kiss and Martin Drac in the first game of the day. The winner of this will keep tabs with Kevin Blomer at the top of the table. Paul Nicholson is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Chris Mason. Hello, Chris.
Morning, Henry, and morning, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed a wonderful bank holiday. Certainly had the weather, that's for sure. Well, this was the final tie of the opening day's session yesterday, and it was Kist who got the better of Drac. 4 legs to 2, 4 out of 12 on the doubles, and an average of 86.3 for Kist. A slightly below par performance for Martin, average just 80.34. And as Nico mentioned, it could have been a case of possibly a little bit of fatigue. They had quite the day travelling on Sunday.
First leg is Christian to throw first. Game on.
Maybe you just felt that in his matches towards the back end.
140.
Delighted to say Nico has sprinted down. I was just mentioning, Paul, and good morning, by the way. I was just mentioning
100.
that I'm with you. I thought Drac looked a little jaded towards the back end of yesterday's session, and maybe the travelling on Sunday took its toll.
100.
I'd absolutely go with that, Chris, and good morning, everybody else. I think one of the beauties of the Group A sessions is that they can be finished by around 2 o'clock local time. And if you have been doing something quite strenuous prior to that challenge on a Monday, you have this lovely opportunity to go back to your accommodation and get a wonderful amount of rest before Tuesday. And I look at him already this morning, and he looks fairly good. You always look at somebody's eyes and 96. Their complexion and how they've turned out today. And already he looks a bit more rested than Monday.
Yeah. People will go, well,
100.
What about it? It's only a bit of travelling. Well, you think you get up early and you're worrying about, right, have I got my passport? Have I got my darts? Is my luggage going to arrive?
100.
Is my taxi going to get there? Is my accommodation going to be okay? Dragging a suitcase everywhere. It will take its toll.
Double top for Kist.
Game shot.
That's a beautiful start from Lipstick.
Kist.
Like, you're never tired when you go on holiday, are you? But when you come back, you're like, oh God.
I don't know about you, Chris, but because we've done so much
first,
travelling in our careers, and it's the same for most dart players, because I've actually asked them that when they do go on a holiday, it takes them about 3 or 4 days to realise that they're not about to work.
85.
Yep, you get up at 9:30 in the morning and you're, right, what am I meant to be doing?
And then you don't have to do anything and you realise, well, this feels a bit strange.
100.
What wasn't very strange yesterday were the performance levels of Christian Kist.
Yeah, you've done some number crunching.
140.
The average of 89.43 yesterday for Christian tells us that he was statistically the best player. He didn't get the most points, but the only thing that let him down was his second game against Kevin Blomer, where he averaged under 80. Everything else, so much better. He had the best individual performance, he had the best
58.
doubles percentage, and that's probably why the bookies have got him as the favourite for the group still.
And if you didn't join us yesterday, why not? Well, it was bank holiday, so I'll let you off.
100.
But you said yesterday Christian Kist will average around 89 for this group and win it.
I'm sticking by it.
58.
The only thing that concerns me about Christian, and it's something that concerns maybe himself and everybody else, is his endurance.
81.
Yeah, and he's prone to injury, isn't he?
160.
I don't know whether you've noticed already, Mace, but the
140.
darts of Drac going
Christian
in,
require
they look
120.
a lot purer today.
Well, the throw's a lot softer, isn't it? There's a lot more control there. Tops.
80.
And of course,
Martin,
as you get
require
more
20.
tired and you feel like they're not reaching the board, you throw them more aggressively and it's counterproductive.
I had a few trials on double 10 yesterday. It continues. A double
Game shot in
5
the
comes to
second
his
leg.
aid, and
Martin Drac.
MD, as he's got on the back of his shirt, levels up at 1 leg all. Now, he wasn't bad yesterday.
Third leg is Christian to
84.5,
throw first. Game on.
which is around about where we were for the whole group yesterday. But 36% on the doubles, 15 hits from 42.
60.
That's okay.
Yeah, you can work with that. That tells me he needs to score a little bigger to then create more opportunities, because 84, 85 average
60.
will maybe take you into Group B, looking at the levels of this field of players.
Well, let's look at Group B, shall we? Because
100.
positions 2 and 3 in this table by 2 o'clock tomorrow, they will be promoted to Group B alongside
140.
Scott Baker, Willie Boland and Prakash Jiwa of India, and 3 really quick players there.
96.
And 3 explosive players.
Well, you can get anything from a 72 average to 112 with Willie Boland.
140. Martin
Scotty
Require,
Baker
170.
somewhere in between that.
Well, Kist has hit an 80 checkout in this
Christian
match.
Require, 101.
He's missed tops for a 120. I was going to say it. How about something in between?
26.
That has not
Martin
worked out
Require,
as he planned, and
72.
Drac has got to look at this as a big opportunity, especially now, as he's got 1 dart left at double 6.
66.
This is one of those situations that
Christian Require,
a
75.
kissed hold from here will feel like a break. Tops.
Game
Right,
shot in the
he's
third leg.
2 out of
Christian
3
Kist.
on tops. Could be 3-0 up. We'll feel very fortunate to be 2-1 up.
Fourth leg is Martin to throw first. Game on.
I always thought that Christian's walk-on song should be by Seal. Kiss from a Rose, as in kissed from a rose.
96.
I know it's not a banger, but it would be something that people would maybe sing along to. One thing about Drac,
If you can walk onto an Oasis song nowadays, or, well, Damonette, I don't know what he walks onto, but get away with anything nowadays.
one thing I never really understood is that Gabriel Clemens
140.
walks onto Wonderwall, which is about as English as it gets.
Schindler doesn't, and he's called The Walk.
43.
Don't get me started on what hits on walk-on songs and what doesn't.
Good response, this, from Drac.
95.
Good thinking as well. He looks a lot calmer than he did in his last 2 games yesterday. It really does affect you when you're feeling tired. Everything
60.
bothers you a little bit
Martin
more.
Require, 170.
Looks a lot more relaxed. And he did have the biggest finish yesterday of 164.
98.
We did get some 170 action yesterday, but on approach, no finishes on the bullseye, but multiple people got 170s on approach to a
Martin
double.
requires 72.
Double top is getting plenty of attention.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
And that is the
Martin
third
Drac.
hit on double top out of 4 legs.
Well, both players holding throw.
Fifth leg is Christian to throw first. Game on.
And each of their 2 legs where they had the darts, and both players have had a 15 darter and an 18 darter,
100.
just in a different order.
Very different game to what they had yesterday. Kist averaged 86.5, winning 4 legs to
100.
2 in game 15 on Monday. Drac was clinging on the whole time. In a funny sort of way, he's doing the same here, but
140.
he's doing so with more authoritative stuff. He's averaging 94 to this point, and he was never at that point in game 15 yesterday.
He never looked like he
98.
could reach that point. I think you picked up on it in his 4th match of the session against Blomer. And he averaged
100.
85, missed 6 darts at a double. And Blomer only averaged, well, I say only, but wasn't like he blew him away in terms of the numbers. He was
99.
5 points or so
Require
higher.
161.
But he looked tired in that one, and it continued into the final match against Kist. He's making a bit of a mess
29.
of this, and Drac will think, oh, hello.
I like the switch here.
Same.
Thinking
84.
exactly the same.
Christian, you require
He'd
132.
much rather be sitting on 120 minimum as opposed to 119.
Yeah, well, it's so complicated, and this is going to sound bizarre, but that 119, it's
42.
almost like you don't want to hit the 57.
Martin,
you
you
want to hit the
require
60.
120.
Yeah, that's true. Christian couldn't take the Shanghai in 20s, and there is an argument for bull here. He's not going to do it. He just misses out, but that is his miss. When the dart doesn't come out of his hand
60.
exactly how he wants,
Christian, you require
he
90.
is just under the target.
Yeah, low and right.
That's what double 15 is, low and right. But it's not there.
75.
He's been
Martin, you
threatening
require 60.
the break of throw. Is it coming in now? That's where you need a gurney flatty.
Game shot in the fifth
Not
leg.
when you're
Martin
6'5", I
Drac.
suppose. You can just dink one over the top, but that's a 17 dart break of throw.
It's not a bad first game of the day, actually.
Sixth leg is Martin
92 and a
to
half
throw
average
first.
here for
Game
Martin
on.
Drac. That's what we've seen so far. No 180s, but the 2 treble visits have been okay.
60.
Decent doubling as well, both at 40% or over.
Yeah, Martin made a winning start to the day yesterday. He was first on yesterday
140.
as well, and he took on Kevin Painter, and it was as you would expect in the opening match of a new week.
60.
A little edgy.
How much does it come into consideration for the players? Because I don't know how much they look at the lineups like we do. But one player in Group
100.
A always gets the long shift on the Monday and the Tuesday. They get game 1 and game 15. Whereas Christian yesterday didn't start until game 3.
100.
And then he finished in game 15. So he could prospectively get here maybe half an hour later.
Yeah, absolutely.
100.
And again, that's why when we say about players on debut, it's you've got to experience it. So you would have that mindset of thinking, well, I can have an extra half an hour in bed. I don't need to
81.
rush.
Christian, you require 161.
Well, there's the one.
Got to come off at some point, Nico.
26.
Oh dear, I mean, he's had a couple of those, hasn't he?
Yeah, bad approaches from Kist. And he might pay the price. He did leave 132 in a previous leg, and he hit a small
140.
3.
Christian, you
It
require
will be the same target
135.
with dart 1 here. And he almost gets the small 3 again. So Drac is looking to
83.
replicate what he did in the previous leg.
Martin, you
but
require
this time,
60.
it's for 2 points. I don't think that single's as helpful, but he does the same thing again. by going to the left. And now he goes to the right-hand side of the board.
50.
And misses his chance to win the
Christian,
match.
you require 52.
A couple of match darts, and he's missed the big number again. And it is so infectious. Misses tops.
32. Martin, you require 10.
Great invitation to get it done. Match dart number 4.
5.
That's now 5 gone.
Christian,
He might
you
not get
require
any more.
20.
Double 5 for Kist.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
finds
6th
what
leg.
Martin did
Christian
not.
Kist.
And as a result of that 21 dart break of throw, we are going the distance. And it took us quite a while to get
7th and
our
final leg. It's
7th
Christian
leg
to
in a
throw
contest
first.
yesterday.
Game on.
It was, in fact, Painter against Hudson, which was maybe the most dramatic game of the day.
83.
Problem for Drac there, missing those 5 match darts is it was that break back, giving Kist the massive advantage of
45.
throw whilst you're dealing with the negativity and in between the ears of missing match darts. And how often do you see then your opponent pile in
85.
the 180?
If you think about the amount of seconds that you have between the end of leg 6
58.
and the start of you throwing in leg 7, what would be your advice to aspiring players as to what to do in that situation?
100.
Practice or come up with some way of clearing the mind. Because at
58.
this stage, it's all what's going on between the ears, isn't it?
I once saw an illustration from a very well-known meditation app
28.
that said that negativity is like standing next to a motorway and watching cars go by. You might see this big red car that is something really negative. That's really positive.
180.
But you see that red car go by. You can't do anything about it, so you just let it go. Let it go away, and then you focus on the next thing that you can
94.
do. And the next
Martin,
thing
you
that
require
Martin could do
160.
would be another one of those. And he gave it every chance.
140.
was a really good attempt.
Christian, you require 111.
Well, it wasn't low like we've seen from him on multiple times. And Kiss can't take the 111.
51.
Maybe Martin's let that bright red
Martin,
car
you
just
require
pass
20.
by at an even 50 miles an hour.
Well, it's a bright red double 10 he wants now.
Looks pretty chipper to me. Oh, that's an awful lie. He thought it was in for a second. I think going high and to his right-hand side is better here. Over the top of the dart. Now it's even worse.
In the comms box in a minute.
Needs a crane for this.
No score.
That's now 8 darts for the match missed in
Christine, you
2
require
different
60.
legs, and he could have it stolen away, but another missed single. Does it cost Kist?
Game.
It doesn't.
Shot. And the match.
And that will feel
Christian Kist.
particularly salty for Martin Drac, who should have got 2 points, but Christian Kist walks away with those points at the expense of his countrymen. You can see the averages there. Drac with a better average by 6 points, but in the end, it was Kist who found more doubles than his opponent. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll get our first look at Kevin Painter for the day as he takes on Philip van Gassa, the guy who gave him his only 2 points on Monday.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Christian Kiss got the better of Martijn Drac by 4 legs to 3 in a dramatic last leg. Martijn Drac missing darts for the match. Christian Kiss getting over the line. That puts him on to 10 points alongside Kevin Blomer. Next up for us, Philip van Hasse is in action up against Kevin Painter. Both players looking to be the movers on moving day. Watching this one, Paul and Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry. Now we have 2 veterans of the sport. And Kevin's got his shiny shoes out. And they've both got a change of shirt today. Philip will be hoping that wearing a bit of red today instead of green will give him a bit more fortune, because yesterday he was the only person not to register any points, whereas Kevin didn't have any points until he beat Philip van Hasse in that 14th game on Monday.
Yeah, it was a 4-0 win
First
for
leg
KP.
is Philip to throw first.
Averaged
Game
80.
on.
Good finishing, 4 out of 7. And he do the double. I move on to 4 points.
60.
And if he has to do that, he would join Peter Hudson on 4 points, ahead of Hudson taking on the table topper in Kevin Blomer. Now,
68.
Kevin remains on top of the table with a game in hand, courtesy of a brilliant leg difference from yesterday of plus 16. But now Kist is on 10 points with him.
125.
And we've talked about separation already this morning, Chris. We think that if Hudson doesn't get his act together in the next game, we could see separation between these
60.
2 and Hudson and the top 3 potentially on moving day.
Yeah, absolutely. The table will become 2 separate little mini tables. It could be Hudson just hanging on to the coattails of Drac, trying to steal that third spot off of him.
137.
I like the look of Drac. I think he's a good player.
What do you make of Kevin this morning already? He's already thrown 9 darts. He's got the old style barrels in. He's got the longer black stem, the black pear-shaped flight. This is what he finished with yesterday. But he did tinker with
95.
some red kite-shaped flights and some different aluminium top stems as well. So maybe if he sticks with one setup today, he might get a bit more consistency.
I think it's
38.
for him mentally. I think it's
Kevin,
how
you
he
require
starts the day. I
141.
think if he makes a losing start, then we could see him struggle.
Do you think he was a little bit unfortunate in game 2
30.
yesterday against Peter Hudson?
Philip, you require 118.
Yeah and no. I think he created an opportunity.
40. Kevin, you require
But
111.
ultimately, Hudson 7 points higher in terms of average. It's hard to argue that Hudson wasn't the better player throughout.
91.
That's a good setup from Kevin.
Philip, you require 78.
Philip van Hasse yesterday was the only person not to register a ton plus checkout. In fact, his best out was 70. This would be better than that if he hits the ball.
53. Kevin, you
With
require
Kevin,
20.
he can sometimes get a little bit emotionally
Game
embroiled
shot in the first leg.
when he doesn't
Kevin
need
Painter.
to.
That tells us a little bit about him, doesn't it? Maybe from a slightly negative sense
Second
that
leg
if
is
things don't
Kevin
go
to
his
throw
way
first.
early,
Game on.
it can infect the rest of the session.
Yeah.
Whereas because he invests himself so emotionally,
100.
it tells you how much he is willing to do to try and get the wins.
Oh, he still cares so much, probably a little bit too much, but he's still super competitive.
43.
And if you took him to one side, he said, "What? How do you think I'll get on today, mate?" I said, "Ooh, it might be a struggle, son."
96.
Did you not think I could win this group? I go, "No, not a chance, mate." He goes, "I will. I reckon I can still win it because that's the way he is. He's driven."
Have you got any shoes like that? Patent leather?
I do, but they're mainly
81.
saved for when I go to one of these fancy black tie-dos. They go with my black tux.
If you think Kevin Painter looks pristine today, you should see him in a tuxedo.
43.
Looks like James Bond.
Yeah, he loves it. But I'm amazed he's still got so much So much passion.
140.
You got to watch him play the World Seniors events on TV. He treats them like it's no different to when he
65.
played in the World Championships
Kevin, you
in
require 84.
the late 90s, early 90s.
Yeah, he's giving those events a great deal of respect. And
68.
he's playing pretty well at the start of this session today.
This is how I expected him to play yesterday.
60.
He did not play well
Kevin, you
yesterday.
require
I don't think
16.
he'll mind me saying that because it was nowhere near what he expects for himself.
Or what we expect.
Game shot in the
But that's
second
better.
leg. Kevin Painter.
83.5 average for the first couple of legs. And that's already better than what he did pretty much all of yesterday. Now, the point that I'm about to make
Third leg is Philip to throw
is
first.
something that Kevin
Game
won't
on.
mind me saying. His overall average yesterday is 78.13. That will disgust him. His best average came in a
100.
losing game where he averaged 80.68. So he was consistently around that high 70s, low 80s mark.
100.
And when he went and had his dinner last night and debriefed with himself, he'll have thought that was shocking.
Yeah, he's just
60.
had a bad day, and I think when you get older, it's harder to correct things on the fly. You've actually got to go away and
60.
work on it. Where when you're younger, you can just sort of you react differently to a negative situation.
And it's different for more seasoned
100.
players. Not everybody's the same age as Luke Littler, who's 16, 17 years of age, who can go and win a local tournament after playing 5 competitive games on a Wednesday.
Yeah,
100.
but we've seen him maybe have a below par average, and then the very next one goes up and has a 98. The reaction is different physically and
60.
psychologically. Like when you're banging in 90-odd averages, you don't feel the odd twinge here or there, or you'd know that from probably playing golf. You let a
81.
wonderful shot, and you'll just stand back and admire it. If you've shanked one, you go, oh, that hurts.
I did that on Saturday.
81.
I'll tell you about the shot I hit off the air. I don't
Kevin,
want to
you
feel like I
require
know it all.
160.
Well, that doesn't help a 160. So just taking his foot off the
68.
pedal, but that last start does
Philip, you
change
require
things a little
100.
bit.
Well, it certainly changed things for this man. Oh, that's a great first start. Double 10. Feel like he's got to go.
90.
I fancy Kevin for this.
Now, what's
Kevin,
he going to
you
do?
require
Because we
92.
talked yesterday about the 25 and bull shot here being less fashionable.
Well, I think he'll fancy the double-double if he doesn't go for the ball. Well, or he can do that. Treble 20. Slammed in. 2 at double 16.
60.
That was not a
Philip,
bad
you
effort.
require 10.
He thought that if he kissed the right side of that barrel, it would just naturally
Game
go
shot
in.
in the third leg.
It didn't.
Philip Van Hasser.
And Philip does find his first leg of the day.
And when Kevin's playing well and feeling good and positive, those kind of shots go in
Fourth
for you.
leg is Kevin to
When
throw
things
first.
are just
Game on.
hard. You think to yourself, just go in. You've done the hard work.
And that's the kind of shot that he did hit when he won the Players'
100.
Championship back in 2011, beating the likes of Scott Rand in the semi-finals and Mark Webster in the final. I believe that was the last
100.
time that tournament was played at the Doncaster Dome.
It was. Then went to the tavern, didn't it?
140.
I was never a fan of the Dome.
Didn't have the atmosphere
No.
for me.
Well, let's talk about Philip Van Gasser yesterday. And it's interesting to me
60.
that he had a better running average than Kevin yesterday, even though he didn't get any points. His best average, like Kevin's, was a losing average of 86.26.
135.
And he played yesterday with a poker face in the first 3 or 4 games, but by the end of it, you could see a little bit of exasperation just kicking in.
60.
When you're constantly
Kevin, you
losing,
require 126.
it's like somebody jabbing you in between the ribs with a very hot needle. It stings.
He's going for it.
101.
Well, you could hear how close that was. Clattered on the edge of the ball.
moments like that, which
100.
I kind of
Kevin, you
wish that we
require
could have the same
25.
sound effects as soft tip. You get that definitive douche
Yeah.
when you hit the bullseye to win a leg.
Game shot
Well,
on the
we'll say
fourth
douche
leg.
for that
Kevin
one because that
Painter.
one's a great leg of 14 darts for Kevin.
And that's a great response after the disappointment of leg 3, where he's hit the 60 on the 92 and then pinned 2 on the wire. It would have been easier
Fifth
to
leg
go.
is Philip to throw
Here we
first.
go again.
Game on.
And if he does have any ambitions of winning this group, because he's not out of it by any means.
Nope.
Win this game, you go to 4 points with Hudson. But the larger
140.
the margin of victory here, the closer he gets to the top 3. Now, they're out of sight at the minute, but there's a long way to go.
100.
I liken this group activity very much similar to an 800-meter race. You just have to be running in the first 300 meters, but by the time you get to the 400-meter mark, you've got to start making your move, and that's where we're at right now.
Yep. Very
58.
good analogy. It's very much the Tuesday day. It's the sort of that middle ground.
100.
Some people are comfortable in athletics staying in the first or second position throughout the race, like Mo Farah used to always do. But then you would look at someone like Steve Cram,
99.
who at the
Philip, you require 121.
in some 800-meter races, he'd be right at the back. Then you had someone like Liz McColgan, for instance, great distance runner. She'd be at the front the whole time.
49.
She would take the wind in her face and do all of the hard work for everybody else, but she was so fit and so strong.
Didn't her daughter win a big race recently?
Yeah, she did. She's a
29.
great athlete.
Philip, you require 72.
Good genetics.
Well, that's 21.
That's okay.
And that's double
Game shot on the
16,
fifth
and
leg. Philip Van
remarkably,
Hasser.
that is his biggest finish of the week so far.
It was a decent leg. The last couple of legs have been very tidy. A
Sixth leg is
14
Kevin
from
to throw
Kevin,
first. Game on.
and then a 15 in reply by Philip.
59.
I wonder what Kevin feels about the PDC England team's chances at the World Cup coming up in a couple of weeks. It's going to be Rob Cross and Michael Smith.
60.
They will probably go in as favourites based on form and ranking.
Maybe joint favourites with
135.
Gezi and Johnny Clayton.
Yeah, Wales, I would definitely say, are up there. Australia as defending champions will be tough to stop.
60.
I think it's one of those three.
Well, I think that's the perfect environment for Whitlock at the moment to play in that.
140.
I think that could give him a real boost.
Now, here's something when it comes to pairs walk-ons. Does Damon have something planned for
100.
that walk-on? Is he going to come on as
Kevin, you
Simon
require
Whitlock?
167.
With fake hair and a beard.
125.
Oh, that's beautiful from Kevin. It's exactly what he needed to do in this leg.
Yeah, well, it's just been a great spell from him.
What he was probably thinking at the start
100.
of this leg when Philip took at that
Kevin, you require
72 was
42.
15 and put him out. Might even be more. Or better than 15.
Game.
It
shot.
is. It's
And the match,
14.
Kevin Painter.
That's a brilliant performance from Kevin Painter because that's his best average of the week so far and his most composed performance overall. Look at those doubles as well. 4 from 9. That's better than anything he did yesterday, and that will put him on the right footing to go into round 2 where he'll play Christian Kist in a couple of games' time. Before we get there, though, we'll have our first look of the day at Peter Hudson and our table topper, Kevin Blomer.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw a W for KP. Kevin Painter getting the better of Philip van Hasse by 4 legs to 2, doing so with an impressive 14 darter as well. So as far as Kevin Painter is concerned, that doubles his points tally for the group. Next up, it is Peter Hudson in action up against Kevin Blomer, who had a superb debut day. Watching this one, Chris and Paul.
You're right, Henry, because this guy did have a very good first day, but the dynamic changes a little bit for Kevin Blomer today because there wasn't any pressure on him yesterday. I hastily say that maybe the pressure was on someone like Peter or Christian or Kevin Painter, that is, when it comes to Monday. But now the pressure goes to the person who is expected to play and win, and that is firmly this guy. He was good yesterday, but I've been told by sources that maybe he can play better than that.
First leg is Peter to throw first. Game on.
I've been told the same, which is a rather interesting dynamic. But yeah, I agree. It's how he deals with it. He may not care and just continue where he left off yesterday. But he's gonna feel it. This is a decent group.
81.
He's heading some decent players.
I've just noticed as well that not only is Philip van Hasse using a Peter Wright dart, but so is Kevin Blomer.
80.
And they look so different. Why am I so surprised?
Yeah, I was just about to say, we are talking about Peter Wright.
Well, there you go. You can see where the grooves are. And typically what you find is the grooves on the dart are where you need to grip the dart with your fingertips or indeed the inside of your fingers.
100.
Whereas Peter's got grooves everywhere. He'll be looking to get his groove on today a little bit earlier because his best performance statistically yesterday was in his first game where he
58.
lost to Christian Kiss by 4 legs to 1. No shame in that. 91.27 the average for Peter in that game, but Christian put in his best performance in that game as well, so no shame in it.
Yeah, it was a high-quality performance with great finishing as well from Kiss. 4 from 7. You're not getting too many second bites of the cherry.
38.
Always nice to see somebody using fresh flights on a morning as well, and that's what you're getting from both of these players. Those white flights are about as pristine as a Steve Beaton dart shirt.
Or the creases
40.
in a pair of Kevin Painter trousers.
That's pretty pristine. It's actually a name of a town, isn't it? Pristine, in Wales, where Jim Williams is from. And he's played with us in our previous venue. And he's doing good things on the tour these days.
Peter, you require 164.
Oh, fabulous first dart. He does make some very, very strange faces.
Kevin,
and when he does
require
that, he looks like
50.
something from Angry Birds.
The expression was, where on earth was that going? Well,
Game
that's
shot
going
on
in the
first
double
leg.
16.
Kevin Blomer.
And Blomer, with a 17 dart breaker throw, is continuing off from where he left yesterday.
Second leg
You know
is
when you go
Kevin
to a really
throw
nice
first.
restaurant.
Game on.
And the dish that you have is so good that you go back the next week and you just say, I'll have the same again. Well, that's exactly what Blomer's going to do today. He's come to the same place. Admittedly, he's got a different maitre d' in Justin Bradshaw on the stage there, but he wants more of the same. Now,
45.
yesterday on doubles, 20 hits from 58. Now, if you compare that with everybody else, he had more shots at double than anybody else by a mile. Now, there's nothing
60.
separating Kevin and Christian when it comes to points now. This is Kevin's game in hand on the Dutchman. But yesterday he had 17 more darts at double than Christian Kist.
Wow. And that could well be the difference in the consistent big scoring.
100.
Which is something that we had our cards marked about.
I think one of the great things about the MODUS Super Series these days is the introduction
41.
of players like Kevin. We weren't seeing a Kevin Blomer. We weren't seeing players from that neck of the woods at the start of what was the Live League before the MODUS Super Series started here in Portsmouth because of the COVID pandemic and the geographical restrictions. Now that things have opened up, we are getting the Jeremy Faggs, the Mal Cummings, the Raymond Smiths, and all of these talents coming from Europe. And
26.
without giving too
Kevin,
much
you
away,
require 124.
it's just the beginning.
Yeah, we've got some great players lined up for this series. Some great players missing out.
92.
So far, Peter Hudson's been left in Kevin's wake. It's a tale of two stories here. Blomer, more of the same.
44.
Peter Hudson hasn't turned up yet.
Kevin, you require 32.
Blomer is averaging 91. Looks very comfortable in
Game
the
shot in the
process.
second leg. Clever Kevin Blomer.
Back-to-back 17 darters. They're being done at a bit of a canter.
Third leg is Peter to throw first. Game on.
I don't mean to go on about subjects that really don't mean anything, but when you do meet these young dart players from the Netherlands and Belgium,
95.
they've got very clinical hairstyles, haven't they? It's as if those hairstyles are set in stone. You think about Dimitri Vandenberg and
100.
particularly Bradley Rose from last week. That slick back look, that wet look, it's back.
It was a bit of a Ray Reardon, wasn't it?
It's a bit of a Christian Bale from American Psycho.
What a film.
Well, Hudson
45.
yesterday averaged quite well, 86.7 for the day, but 25% on doubles. And if you compare that to the field, that's around 7% under what everybody else
43.
was doing as a whole. That cannot continue, but his biggest problem in this game is he hasn't had a shot at a double. In fact, he's not even been close.
96.
When it comes to experience this week, of all of the players that will play in week 4 of this series, only one person has gone on to win a
121.
week here in Portsmouth before, and that's Colin Osborne. 4 players have made a Saturday night.
133.
You don't need me to tell you that Kevin Blomer is not one of those people because he's on debut. But we've seen that people can do remarkable things on debut, like Luke Littler. This is a much better leg from Peter Hudson.
87.
And his plan
Peter, you
may have
require
just changed because
132.
originally he was thinking, I don't have to go for the 25 and bull here. Now he does, and he's going to stay there. Good try.
92. Kevin, you require 150.
I don't want to give you nightmares, Nico, but was it 2018, the World
58.
Cup, England versus Australia?
Peter, you require 40.
2012.
Oh. Oh, right, yeah. Well, I think it was on this day then.
Game shot in the
11
third
years
leg.
ago.
Peter Hudson.
You just excuse me, I'm going to convulse now.
Sorry about that, mate.
That's
Fourth leg
okay.
is Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Well, Peter's feeling a lot more chipper now because he got his first leg of the day just then in 18 darts.
Still the break of throw down.
140.
He just doesn't get ruffled, does Kevin. He looks so cool under pressure. He might not feel that way.
93.
But we talked in the previous game about that red car going past, and when you're feeling pressure, you just let the negativity go by and forget about it. But Kevin might be like a swan.
134.
You know how they say that they look really graceful over the water, and actually underneath it's quite violent, and
yeah, they're
flapping their feet.
99.
But if that's the case, he's handling it really, really well. He was 34% on doubles for all of yesterday.
and that's pretty par. Well, that's where we'd expect to see
100.
them. Or whereas a player, that's minimum, isn't it? 1 in 3.
I was looking at some of the statistics for the Premier League players in their campaign over the last 16, 17 weeks.
40.
And
Kevin, you require
not a great deal of those players were over 40%. If you're in that 35 to 40 bracket, it's useful.
Yeah, sensibly. Not even getting involved with going for the ball.
I'm impressed with him.
Yeah, it's all round game.
He does good things at right times. He's obviously not a greenhorn when it comes to thinking about the complexities of 501, because 32. He does things that make me just nod my head. Things like that.
Kevin Blomer.
His doubling in this game has been excellent. 60%.
3 from 5. Averaging 92.52.
He's just done it again, Peter Hudson.
Fifth leg is Peter.
Another one of those Angry Bird expressions. I'm going to have to start giving him sound effects.
Yeah, it's almost disbelief, but you played him yesterday. You watched him play yesterday. Well, maybe it's more about what 45. He's not doing at the moment.
What is it MVG says? It's all about doing things at the right times.
At the right moments.
At the right moments.
96.
And never blame anybody else for your shortcomings. If you're not playing well, that's on you. It's not on anybody else.
Absolutely.
100.
Pretty much the perfect first start there for Kevin. He can really attack that flight.
180.
And there is a 180 for Kevin Blomer.
Cooled nice and early there as well, Nico. It was perfect for him, wasn't it? Once you sort of watch a player for a significant amount of time, you know, you can almost, well, you see where they like to land that opening dart.
Well, technically, he's not a perfect dart player, but
134.
There's a lot to admire about what he's doing. That shoulder lifts, that's not ideal, but
it works for him now.
His timing is good right now, but I can
95.
see that potentially, if his form drops,
91.
that there are some things to potentially work on. But his feel is good.
59.
And that was a match dart. And that would have been a massive average for this week. It would have been the best of the week by some distance.
Yeah, it would have been close to 99.
82. Kevin, you require 32.
Still a brilliant leg. Which he's just finished in 13 darts.
Kevin Blomer.
And it's still the best performance of the week by a good 2 or 3 points. 96.52, and excellent doubling as well. And if you think about the pressure being on him for Tuesday, he's answered it emphatically here in Game 3 by taking himself back to the top of the table on points on his own, on 12 points. So that's the end of round 1 then. When we have our little short break now, we will catch our breath and come back with Painter versus Kist.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin Blomer's made it 6 of the best for the Belgium, a 96.5 average, finishing off with a 13 darter to get the better Peter Hudson by 4 legs to 1. So that sets in motion the end of the first round of fixtures for the day. Let's have a look and see how the table lies now, because Blomer has that 2-point cushion to Christian Kiss in second, and then have a look at how tight it is from third downwards. So that is a table after round 6 of our action in Group A. The beginning of round 7 is going to see Christian Kiss in action up against Kevin Painter. Let's have a look and see how both players got on then in yesterday's affairs. This is the head-to-head after day 1. Really impressive stuff from Kiss. A session average of just under 89. A few maxis in there. A checkout conversion rate, though, just as impressively, of 41.46%. As for Kevin Painter, well, he's put 10 points on his session average in his first game against Philip van Hasse. Both looking to make it 2 wins from 2. And watching this one, Chris and Paul.
Thanks, Henry. Big game, this one, Nico, for KP. You'd almost feel like it's a must-win game if he has ambitions of somehow getting himself back in the mix.
I'd have to agree. And if he can find the win against Kiss, he'll go to 6 points, and he will stop Christian from getting to 12. I mentioned this at the end of Monday, that sometimes when your opponent is like a Christian Kiss in this group, it's not so much about what you do, it's about what you can do to stop them. We've seen it in Premier League football, we've seen it in Premier League darts, we see it here at the MODUS Super Series.
96.
But now Painter, if he is going to chase people down in the top 2 positions, he may have to go perfect today. That will give his points tally a really big boost, but it will stop the likes of Blomer, Kist and Drac from getting too far away for a potential challenge on Wednesday.
Absolutely. And you picked up on something earlier as well with regards to Kist. If we look at their performances so far today, or performance, should I say, Kist averaged 80, Painter a much improved 88.05 and a really good win over Philip. Now, I'm going to put it to you, well, we're about to find out. Was that Kist's bad game from yesterday got out of the way in his first game today? Because that came, what match was that? That came in a game against Blomer.
55.
I just wonder if it was. Now, if you're having your bad game and still winning it, that's a really good sign.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
96.
Painter will have other ideas, of course.
I just wonder if Kevin can forget what happened yesterday and now use what's happened this morning to his benefit. I'd like to think so. But Kist already, 12 darts thrown, and he's under 100.
140.
Kevin's now in a slightly better position.
You require 94.
Ah, the old school 25 route. And a bullseye needed.
69.
Considering he had to move.
Kevin, you require 80.
Then. He went tops yesterday, Nico.
Yes, he did. And we talked for about 2 legs as to why it was strange. He's got half a bed to aim at.
60.
Just not thrown
Christian,
that, has he?
you require 25.
Not attacked.
Game shot in the first leg. Christian Kist.
And the news continues to be bad for KP because that was a breaker throw. He had a dart tops to hold.
Throw first. Game on.
And maybe transfer a bit of pressure onto Kist.
Did you notice what he was doing with his bracelets there? He is a lot like Gerwen
117
in how precise. He's absolutely exact with everything he does. The alignment of the bracelet, the
123
etiquette on the table, everything's got to be in exactly the same place.
If you've not noticed it about Pricey, he will get his drinks bottles. They've got to be turned in a certain way. The tops have got to be placed on the table in a certain way. Yeah, it's quite. And his case has got to be just so.
I remember I used to sit on a table with Mervyn King and Steve West.
60.
And they turned to me one Saturday morning and they said, "You're the kind of person who, when you get into your hotel room, the first thing you do is take out your toiletries and you put them on the side of the shower. And It's probably shampoo, conditioner, shower gel. And I went, were you in my room? Because that's exactly what I do. But as dart players, we're all quite similar in that regard. We like precision.
58.
We like that familiarity, and I suppose a lot of us, in a way, I suppose, a bit like superstitions, isn't it? You just...
100.
Here's one superstition that you darts fans might not know a great deal about. Peter Wright never wears even socks.
Correct.
He always wears odd socks.
100.
I know that because I bought him some happy
Christine, you
socks,
require
other brands are
86.
available, for his birthday about 5 years ago, and he said, oh, that's good, I can wear that one with that one. And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, I wear odd socks.
61.
Christian almost
Kevin, you require
got himself on an
160.
even number. And he could still do the same here in leg 2.
60.
Yesterday, he beat Kevin by 4 legs
Christian,
to
you
0.
require 25.
So he could be 6-0 up for the week if he hits double 12 again. And he
Game
does.
shot on the second leg. Christian kissed.
Back-to-back 17s. One break, one hold. And it's enough right now.
Third
on
leg
average.
is Kevin to throw
Well,
first.
in fact,
Game on.
they've sort of traded places in terms of averages. In match 1, it was Painter averaging 88 and Kist averaging
45.
80. In match 2, it's gone the other way round.
You ever seen that movie, Trading Places?
I have.
One of the classics with Dan
100.
Aykroyd and
Yeah.
Eddie Murphy, but
It is immense.
there were 2 characters in that
140.
movie called Randolph and Mortimer. They were the bad guys. Who's going to be the good guy and the bad guy in this game?
They were like the 2 guys on the
57.
Muppet Show, weren't they?
That's correct. Here's the thing. Right now, Kevin, with that excellent memory he's got, he does not want to be done 4-0 again.
180.
And sometimes that defiance can be a good thing.
I say happy birthday to a player we're going to be seeing this week, Adam Lipscomb.
180.
reply.
Kevin, you
There
require
you go. 180s for your
136.
birthday, Adam. 2 of them.
Mark Hilton as well. Also his birthday today. Happy birthday, Mark. That's about it in terms of dart players
82.
today.
Christine, you require 164.
Left scratching his head on that one.
56.
Kevin gets
Kevin,
a
you require
really good
54.
chance. Feels like a long time ago since he had a shot at 80. Double 10. And he hands another
44.
opportunity to Christian to be 7-0 up for the week.
Christine, you require 108.
It's a good marker. Normally he's so good at that. Just bumping alongside.
68. Kevin, you require 10.
I was just about to say that shouldn't hold any problems for him because of his angle of attack. But messing
6.
around on the doubles, and Kevin is left bereft. And Kist
Christine,
is
you
in for the
require
double
40.
break. Double 10.
30.
And he's not ruthless this time.
Kevin, you require 4.
A leg that Kevin should have won quite a few darts ago.
Looks like he's deep in thought. Can he power it past both of those? The right-hand side is the right play.
2.
He went for it. And just slightly over pitched, put a little bit
Christine,
too
you
much on it,
require 10.
expecting maybe a bit of a deflection.
Game shot in the third leg.
Kist steps
Christian
in.
kissed.
And punishes, and he's got the double break.
You know, we were talking in the previous match about taking ownership of what goes
Fourth
wrong.
leg is Christian
I
to
know
throw
it's
first.
very easy
Game on.
for people in these individual sports to say, well, maybe that was unlucky or unfortunate, but ultimately when you've got 7 darts at double in a leg and you miss them all, you have to
59.
take ownership of that.
The 80 with 1 dart at tops is forgivable because it's, you know, it's one of those. But yeah, I think you're right.
96.
And this is the thing about Christian Kist that I love the most. When I was approaching the venue yesterday, I could see somebody about 100 metres down the road.
100.
And I knew it was Christian Kist because of the way he walks. And when he's walking around this venue or on the Oki,
85.
he almost plods around the same way as Barry Bates. Almost like he's in pain. But his ability to play darts and give you no
100.
information, that is elite.
Yep. And he's the type of player as well will feed off that negativity that Kevin's feeling right now.
Yeah, you know, you play some players and they've got a presence. Whenever you play Dirk van Dijvenbode, he's just thundering around you and you know
82.
he's there. Playing Christian, it's like playing a ghost.
Yeah.
You look around and you're like, where is he? He is silent
60.
when he's playing darts.
Christian, you require 160.
And I, you know, I didn't know at the time when I played, but
60.
it's just so exhausting, you know, giving so much away and getting so embroiled and fed up. It mentally just drains you.
I heard somebody categorize it as spending emotional broadband. And right now, all Christian is doing is looking at the numbers, not spending any emotional broadband, whereas Kevin,
40.
the numbers are just clinking by.
Christian,
It's like a
require
meter
100.
just spinning.
Absolutely. This is where you go 2 single 20s and he just laid up. That's exactly what he
60.
did. He wasn't even thinking tops.
Nope. Board management.
He's one dart away from
Christian, you
doing
require
Kevin Painter
40.
8-0 in the first 2 days.
Game, shot.
And
the
that
match,
is a really
Christian
good
Kist.
bolstering performance for Christian Kist. It was 83.5 in the average, but the most important thing for him now is that he's back alongside Kevin Blomer at the top of the table on 12 points, and he has shortened that gap in the leg difference to only 4 legs now. So, that's the first game of round 2 over with, and we'll now have Martijn Drac up against Kevin Blomer next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Christian Kiss got the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 0. And you just feel like there's going to be a real bit of nip and tuck between him and Kevin Blomer at the top of the table over the course of the day. It is Kevin we're going to see in action in our next match. He takes on Martin Drac. Let's have a look and see how the players compared head-to-head yesterday. And the one stat that really stands out is on the top right-hand corner in terms of legs won. Kevin Blomer winning 83% of all legs he played yesterday. Session average of 85.68 at a checkout ratio of 33.9. That is a very, very impressive debut. As for Martin Drac, the figures are good in itself. 84.27, 34.88 in terms of the checkouts. So expecting this to be a real high-quality affair. And watching this one in the commentary box is Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. You spot anything there that you liked, Nico?
I was looking at Martin Drac and just thinking there were things that started to go wrong yesterday in this game. And as for Blomer, I wondered how he would behave after winning his first 3 games yesterday, and he just responded better in Game 4 against this guy. He's kicked on since then and actually improved. So as far as Drac is concerned, because he's now lost his first game of the day, unlike yesterday, he's now got to resuscitate his chances of getting towards the top 2, because we now have 6-point separation between
First leg, it's
Blomer,
Martin to throw
Kiss,
first.
and
Game
everybody
on.
else.
Yeah, and he did win this tie, as you said, fairly comfortably. 4 out of 11 on the doubles, 102 finish, and 90.48 winning
140.
4-1. And again, it was the nature of the win.
Yeah, I agree. When you consider that Blomer put in his best winning performance against arguably the best opponent for him at that time yesterday, that says something about him. And I'm
84.
getting drip-fed information about Kevin from
this is a beauty.
From our friends in Belgium. And Brian Roman, a very good friend of ours here at the MODUS Super Series, has told us a story about Kevin.
180.
And how apt it is that he's just hit his first 180 of this contest.
It was almost like we knew what we were doing there, Nico.
139.
Apparently in a 1001 one-leg tournament, Brian has told us that Kevin has registered a 20-dart leg for a 1001 leg, where he'd hit 4 180s in the same leg.
Martin, you require 138.
And it could have been an 18 had he hit at the 142 out, which he missed the double on, didn't he?
Yeah. Imagine starting with a 139, going 180
Kevin,
crazy and missing a
141.
142 at the end. I think we are only just starting to figure out how good Kevin Blomer is. But in all of that, Drac has left himself on 32 after 12
89.
for a very good start.
Martin, you require 32.
Back in the day, pretty much all the exhibitions used to be 1001. Just to see if
Get him shot in the first leg. Martin Drac.
The double 16, he does for a 15-dart hold, and at the absolute peak of my powers, a 20-darter
Second leg
is
is
the best
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I ever did at 1001. I don't think I ever got anywhere near an 18.
180.
Well, there was a little nod from Kevin at the end of that first leg, as if to say to Martin, that was a really nice take in 15 darts. I agree, because I think if he missed that, Kevin would be in the wind. What is happening here?
139.
We were holding our breath. We did get 6 perfect darts yesterday from Peter Hudson. And I hasten to say it's early. I'm going to go with it, though. Blomer's playing better than at any point yesterday, and I don't see him stopping.
Agreed.
He's just let me down.
150.
He's left double 16 after 9. But we all wanted him to leave double 1, Michael van Gerwen style, and he's just a bit too clever for that.
16.
So we've seen Drac
Kevin,
leave
you
32
require
after 12.
32.
Blomer's left it after 9.
Game
that's his
shot in the
best leg of
second
the week.
Kevin Blomer.
It is the best leg of the week. An 11-dart response to the 15-dart hold.
Third leg is Martin
from
to throw
Drac in leg
first.
1.
Game
He's
on.
made some start to this match. He left 52 after 12 in leg 1 and didn't get a go.
97.
Reminds me of that song, Whatever You Can Do, I Can Do Better. I won't sing it. I'm not Henry Deacon.
100.
I just wonder what his ceiling is. Now, we've had some information about his potential ceiling in another format.
86.
But what can he do over best of 7? What kind of number could he possibly punch over the next couple of days? Maybe something around the 105 mark?
Well, he can average 150 over a leg of 1,001. We know that.
140.
You translate that into a couple of legs. He could. When we look at his first game of the day, he could have had almost 100.
96.
And
Yeah,
there were a few missed starts at double there. So I'm thinking the 105 to 107 is possible if he keeps playing at this likelihood.
57. 98.
What the thinking is of Drac right now and the urgency that he might feel looking at the table, because the players do have access to a group table in the practice room.
140.
And when you look at the fact that Blomer and Kist are on 12 and Drac's on 6, it's not just Martijn playing for Martijn here.
56.
He's playing for everybody
Kevin,
else to try and
64.
stop this from being a 2-horse race before lunchtime on Tuesday.
Game shot in the third
Well,
leg.
he
Kevin
backs the
Blomer.
11 up with a 14-dart break of throw. And, well, I'm going to talk about the average. Well, because I can do what I want.
Fourth leg is Kevin to throw first. Game
117.65.
on.
It's usually at this point where we say he's in record territory, and then we put the complete commentator's curse on the fact
134.
that nobody has broken the Super Series average record of 118.66 set by Jason Askew
121.
in what seems like an eternity ago.
His highest official recorded average, so in a
99.
tournament environment that allows him that allows the records to be used, is 101.51.
60.
Potentially is about to get absolutely blomered.
Have you just created a new word?
I have.
82.
I know there's a lot of people making up words in the world right now, but in sport you can do it. If you look at what he's done on the Challenge Tour this year,
134.
admittedly, he only played the first 4. But he was nowhere near this kind of level. But things have obviously been quite rosy since then.
Yeah, he may well have moved on.
58.
We've seen that with players in the past make these big jumps, haven't we? Cam Crabtree being a perfect example.
56.
Welcome to the Super Series.
Kevin,
115 average later in
128.
game 1. Oh, everybody knows who he is now. This leg is not going to be blommered.
92.
But
Martijn, you require 130.
130 is gettable. Well, not anymore.
Not now.
54.
I love with technology now that
36.
we can find these averages and watch players set their own
Game
PBs,
shot in the
and
fourth leg.
he
Kevin
is
Blomer.
right on target to do that here. His winning legs, he dropped the opening leg in 15 to Martijn. Did leave 52 after 12.
Fifth
The
leg is
response,
Martijn to throw first. Game on.
41 darts to complete 3 legs.
That's elite. We talk a lot about best of 11 darts on the
137.
PDC Pro Tour and beyond. And we say that sometimes you need that burst, that 40-dart burst in 3 legs, just to keep yourself in the reckoning against the
140.
likes of Price, Wright, Van Gerwen, Aspinall, and all the top guys. But to see a 41 dart burst here at the
100.
MODUS Super Series, that's why he's averaging so high.
Well, we've seen that one from, when you talk of bursts, from Peter Wright at
140.
the Worlds a couple of years ago, and he did 6 legs in 78 darts or something, didn't he? And people, I love the car. Well, Michael Smith
94.
bottled it. Well, he took his average up 5 points during that spell and couldn't get anywhere near him.
And what about what Price did in the World Final against Gary Anderson? He had a set of 34 darts.
100. Martin, you require
We've seen legs at
170.
this venue longer than that. And Blomer's only 3 darts away from having the best average of the
85.
week
Kevin, you
by
require
about 15
121.
points.
And if he does this, oh,
43. Martin, you
Still sitting
require
pretty.
85.
But needs to dodge a bullet.
that bullet is going to be at the bullseye.
Game
And
shot
gets
on the
it.
5th leg. Martin Drac.
That is a cliffhanger bullseye, isn't it? There was a lot of wire there, and it was wobbling a lot, but it was in the red bit. And what's
6th
been
leg
a
is
really
Kevin to
good
throw
contest.
first. Game
Well, the
on.
longest leg of the match is a 16 darter, and it's only one of them. The rest of them have been 15 and under.
And let's face it, this is what you
42.
get from the Netherlands and Belgium playing against each other constantly all the time. This is what they do. Most days,
125.
this will not feel alien to these guys at all.
No, they would have played a lot of open competitions where they both would have been at.
You know what's starting to happen as well,
125.
from what I can see, reading things on social media. These big independent tournaments that they have in Belgium, the Netherlands, and some places around there.
40.
Even people from the UK are starting to go.
Well, right back in the day when we were still going through all that split nonsense, there used to be a massive tournament in Holland, and it was open to anybody because it wasn't ranked, but it was
95.
a big event with big prize money, and you literally would see both codes there, and that was the only way we got round it because we were all still chasing a pound note.
57.
That must have been fun.
Yeah, I think it was called the South Holland Open. So you literally had people from
140.
Germany, Belgium, Netherlands, UK.
Well, everybody on a summary day likes a 99.
Kevin, you
With a
require
couple of flakes
99.
in it.
I heard a story the other day that the flakes are too flaky. And that they're not strong enough to be in the top of the ice cream anymore.
42.
Welcome to 2023, everybody.
Keep them in the fridge then.
Oh, Kevin's been ice cold, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He really has. This has been a superb
128.
display, and we said,
Kevin, you
what's
require
his ceiling?
57.
You said between 105 and 107, maybe.
He's going for the ceiling dart at tops.
Game,
And you're about to
shot,
see
and the match.
his
Kevin
best
Blomer.
performance of the week. Without further ado, it's a 4-2 win for Kevin Blomer. And had he hit that double top a little bit sooner, it might have been 105, but he doesn't care. The doubling was fantastic once again. A real characteristic of his game. 103.95, and he's back at the top on points, and he's only got one chaser in his hemisphere, and that is Christian Kist. We'll have Peter Hudson up against Philip van Gassen in the next game. That's the end of round 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a performance from Kevin Blomer. Average in the end of 103.95, but for large swathes of that game, it was well into the 110s. He gets the better of Martijn Drac by 4 legs to 2. Really, really impressive game, that one. So, in terms of the table, that now means that Kevin Blomer finds himself on 14 points. He re-establishes that 2-point cushion from Christian Kiss in second place, but perhaps just as importantly, he is now 8 points clear of Martijn Drac in third position. Right, next up for us, we're going to see Philip van Hasse in action. He takes on Peter Hudson. Let's see how the players compare and contrast following their opening day's efforts here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's fair to say both players' days were blighted by missed darts at double. That's probably the difference as to why they are where they are in the table. But for Peter Hudson, the scoring was really, really excellent. Have a look at that, 10 180s in total in his opening day's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Right, let's see who is going to get the points in this one. Here's Chris, here's Paul.
End of round 2 about to happen then. And Philip van Hasse is still looking for his first win. And I think it's getting to the stage, Mace, where we're all pulling for him to get that first win because he doesn't want to be one of those people who walks away pointless on more than one day. He's played some decent darts at times, but he just needs to knit a performance together. Pretty much like we've just seen from his countryman Kevin Blomer, who was fantastic in beating Martijn Drac just now.
Yeah, and setting a personal best, highest ever average. 103.95. Well, that one's for the... Well, certainly for his highlight reel. You'll enjoy watching that one back. And rightly so. It was a beautiful performance. And, well, had that tops gone in, he would have been 105, which is what a bang on the money, where Nico kind of thought his ceiling could be. But once you see someone who produces a performance of that level, I think
97.
Many more of that ilk.
I do get the feeling that there's a little bit more juice in the lemon.
43.
Not just because of the information that we've been given about him, but from what we've just seen as well. He reminds me of a player on tour, actually, who's never played here at the MODUS Super Series, in Jeffrey Sparidans. Same sort of approach to the game, look, and just thrust the dart in the direction that he looks at. It's a very uncomplicated game, and
55.
It's easy for you to put that performance together when you've won 6 games before it, which leads me to Philip, because he's lost 6 games before this, and his demeanour is starting to break just a little bit.
Yeah, and I think for Blomer, you can do things in practice or in league,
100.
but once you actually go up there under the lights on a stage and produce an average of that, that gives you genuine confidence and genuine belief, because it has happened and you can watch it back. And
58.
We build off that. You know, when I first started, and you get those opportunities where you play in an environment where you can watch it back or record it on the old
100.
The old VHS.
VHS recorder.
Yeah, back in the day. And then you can analyze a little bit more and look where you can tweak things, or where you maybe sort of just took your eye off the ball at times.
59.
So
Philip, you require
more often than not, when you see
158.
someone produce something of that level, they'll go on and do it again.
Double 19.
120.
Still hasn't had a ton plus checkout, but that would have been out of the clear blue sky. A great attempt from Philip. Oh, no. Gave it every chance. That was a really good dart from Peter.
Just kicked off the barrel. The aggressive nature of those barrels may not have helped. 6 for double 16.
6.
And he kicks the other way. And that's just how his week is starting to progress.
72.
Getting chances and ultimately giving opportunities away.
And he's got 64 left. It's 14 ball.
Doesn't quite press the red button.
Weight of dart was fine though, wasn't it?
32.
Perfect. thrown a couple of darts in this leg, has Peter Hudson, that
Game shot in the first leg. Philip Van
maybe
Hasse.
didn't get what they deserve. But it is Philip who takes the first leg of this contest, looking to reverse what happened
Second
yesterday.
leg is Peter to
They
throw
played
first.
6 legs.
Game on.
It was Peter who won 4 of them.
$38.
Peter Hudson's highest recorded average, 104.02. Highest TV average, 97.77. And I think Nico's going to have a look at his... What's he been doing on the Challenge Tour?
Well, that 104.02 came earlier this year.
140.
On the Challenge Tour on the 20th of January. And that was a really good 5-1 win. He was eliminated in the next game, though, and this is really interesting to me.
60.
He puts in that 104, but then averages 78 in the next game. That happens way too often. That consistent level that you need. I mean, instead of putting in the 104 and then the 78, you'd much rather average...
2 90s.
Yeah, two averages of about 91, 93. Because that's more likely to win 2 matches
100.
than winning 1 out of 2. This is what Matthew Edgar was talking about the last time he was sitting in your chair, Chris. He was talking about the range between 3 or 4 different games that you play. And for instance, yesterday, Kevin Painter's lowest average to his highest average, there wasn't a great range there. He just didn't play well all day.
Yeah.
Whereas
31.
the range for Christian Kist was 15, from 79 to 94. If we're going to talk about ranges, how about Kevin Blomer today? He is
100.
96.5 to 103.9. So that's where your range is kind of wide, but in a good way.
Yeah. And it all boils down to something that we talk about in
81.
depth. And it's not having a B game. And if you don't have a B game, you're going to find it. If you somehow manage to get a tour card while not having a B game, you will get totally
Peter, you require
exposed.
153.
Courtesy of that wonderful 145 from the Belgian. He's now going to get
58.
1 clean visit at double 18.
Philip, you require 36.
Double 9 needed.
18.
They're not far away, are they?
They aren't.
Peter, you
They're
require
They're
95.
not horrendously thrown darts. They're just not finding the target.
Again, just like when he had a shot in the previous leg, he's missed high and slightly left.
I'm amazed he's gone back for the
47.
treble 20. I'd have gone 48
Philip,
there
you
on the
require
88 because it
18.
was a smaller adjustment. That should be a good dart.
Well, we're starting
No
to see
score.
a pattern with Van Hasse, that's for sure.
Peter, you require 48.
Let's see if Hudson can take the 48 first. He can't believe he's getting this opportunity. This is visit number 8. And that is only just in the single 8. That almost hit double 8.
Game shot in the second leg.
He had
Peter
some great
Hudson.
shots at double top yesterday, but I don't know what's going on with some of the single number shooting. It's 1-1, but let us
Third
not
leg is Philip
forget.
to throw first. Game on.
In the first game today, Van Hasse only got 5 darts at a double and did hit 2 of them. That's not bad. But yesterday, he was only 21% on the doubles
140.
and taking it even further. He only had 24 darts at a double yesterday, Mace. Whereas the person at the top in Blomer had 34 more darts at double than him.
180.
You don't need to be a rocket scientist at darts to figure out what went wrong. Not enough shots, and when he got them, not enough hits.
Yeah, not scoring high enough either.
That 180 was so good from Hudson that he actually wanted to leave the 3rd dart in the board.
76.
Don't think that's in the rules.
Who was it who left their darts in the board? Was it?
I can remember Wadey leaving a point in there.
96.
Didn't I see that on social media in the last couple of days?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that was
140.
quite recently. It was in the last year.
Yeah, I think he'd had new points put in his darts, and then They'd obviously not.
100. Philip, you require 145.
Probably go bull here. Yeah, he's a good thinker. Saw signs of it yesterday.
105.
Really good board management
Peter,
there
you
from
require
Van Hasse.
125.
And the bullseye's calling Peter's name. Doesn't get a shot at tops this time.
85. Philip, you require 40.
Hits it anyway.
Game
And
shot
so
on the
does
third
Philip.
leg. Philip Van Hasse.
Well, the opening 2 legs were both 10 darts more than that one.
Fourth leg is
That
Peter to throw first.
was a 13
Game
dart
on.
hold.
You know what, yesterday when Philip was wearing that green shirt, it looked like he was a fan of the Green Lantern. Well, today he looks like a... there's nothing wrong with it, don't get me
60.
wrong. But it almost reminds me of an old packet of cigarettes.
Yeah. I remember them well.
100.
He changed to his equipment today. Obviously, he likes the blue darts. You don't see many people using blue darts. They would definitely suit
44.
Stuart Kellett, that's for sure, because he used to put his darts in the fridge.
I always used to think that was a myth, but no, it was...
Yeah, I
Was
played him
was
at a
a
European
thing.
tour once, and he had a
30.
set of darts in his hand, and in the break, when I was practicing, I looked in the fridge, and there was a set of darts in there. I said, "Are they Kellett's?" Oh yeah, they're Kellett's. He likes to keep them in the fridge,
60.
likes them cold. Just the little things that can work for you. You don't have to follow the blueprint of
140.
what somebody else does. Find what works for you.
Absolutely. One size doesn't fit all, especially in darts.
And that's the difference in
100.
this sport to many others, isn't it? Because you look at golfers on tour, you might have Dustin Johnson using the same club head as Rory McIlroy, maybe a slightly different
60.
shaft. They might have the same grip. The differences are tiny. But if you look at these two players, their equipment difference is astronomical. In grip
83.
texture, in colour, in weight. It's very much what works for you does not work for pretty much anybody else.
60.
Yeah, I've tried to throw
PT
many
require
a player's dart
154.
and can't get them anywhere near where I'm aiming.
Well, can you imagine if darts was like golf, where there were possibly 2 or 3
59.
choices per
Philip, you
manufacturer, and
require
that is it.
111.
Treble 17. This game was always going to be in that high 70s to mid 80s range.
51.
And it's playing
PT
into Van
require
Hasse's
95.
hands. Hudson's got to find some quality. I feel like I'm sounding like Roy Keane when I say that.
Game shot on the
Just
fourth
like
leg.
that, he finds
Peter
2 bits of
Hudson.
green and a little bit of quality.
Green for Keane.
Fifth leg is Philip to throw first. Game on.
He's not envious because he did it. There's another one of those facial expressions. He's an absolute monster at it.
60.
I think a lot of it is almost a combination of disappointment and bewilderment.
100.
He's thrown all 3 there really well. And that's a great ton. Sometimes it's not the score that tells you that somebody's throwing a good visit. It's
140.
where they are.
And the way a player will make those tiny adjustments shows you they've got good touch and feel.
57.
What do you make of the hand of Hudson when he brings it back towards his jawline? It's very cupped, isn't it? It's almost like the dart disappears when he brings it back. There's a little bit of wrist
100.
action there.
Yeah, there's no break. He breaks the
58.
wrist to set it in that locked position. It's quite unusual. This is quite old school.
One thing I like about this throw is
43.
just how smooth it is.
Bit of an early release for me. It's a bit of an early release for Hudson as well.
You know, early release is a financial term.
57.
It's a way of releasing the funds from your
Philip,
pension
you require
early.
158.
And not that we're saying that Philip is old, but he'd like to release the equity in this game to get himself some points.
98.
Well, that'll keep him interested.
Here comes Peter with a shake of the head.
135.
And he did that before he
Philip, you
completed the
require
job.
60.
I just wonder if he's going to pay the price for that treble 5.
Game shot on the
He
fifth
isn't, because
leg.
that's a really
Philip
nice
Van
clean
Hasse.
take from Van Hasse. And 3-2 up. Things are looking quite bright.
Well, the reaction from
Sixth
them
leg
two
is
treble
Peter to
20s
throw
going in
first.
on the
Game
previous visit for Hudson was the fact the visit before that was 3 visits and didn't breach 180 points combined.
140.
This is the first game this week that Van Hasse has had 3 legs. So this is definitely his best opportunity of getting points. Yesterday, it was
100.
2 legs twice, 1 leg once, and 0 legs twice. He only got minimal opportunities for legs yesterday.
60.
Hence why he's on minus 17 in terms of leg difference and no points.
60.
This is where you start pulling for the underdog, right?
Absolutely.
Because you think, and this is nothing against Peter, and Peter's got lots of faithful fans up in the northwest of England. They'll want him to do his best and
93.
pluck victory from the jaws of defeat here. But sometimes you just have to pull for the underdog, which is definitely Van Hasse in this game.
100.
I'll be really interested to see his reaction if he does get over the line.
It would be a reaction of relief, I would say.
100.
Just remember, you don't have to be an unknown to come to the MODUS Super Series and really struggle. I remember
60. Peter, you
Aaron Monk,
require
who's got a
108.
great reputation. He walked away from a Group B campaign and he didn't win a leg.
Game
A
shot on the
beautiful
sixth
take
leg.
from Peter Hudson
Peter
at 15
Hudson.
darts, and we're going all the way. So Philip's about to be tested to the limit.
Well, somehow this match has gone with throws so
Seventh and
far.
final
If that
leg is Philip to
continues,
throw
Nico,
first. Game
he
on.
will pick up his first 2 points.
Just get the feeling that Philip was just a little bit lost in this situation because he went for a glass of water. And the etiquette that you tend to
100.
see with a lot of matches like this nowadays is that they bump fists before the last leg. And Philip didn't even do it, and then he remembered.
180.
It's a second max in the match, but what a time to get it for Peter Hudson.
100.
He knows plenty about doing the right things at the right time. Yesterday against Painter, he left Kevin furious after a 117 take.
Yeah, it was a 117 take
100.
to win the match after Painter missed 1 dart at tops.
I suppose you do wonder if Philip does not get over the line in this
121.
game, will he get over the line at any point today? Because he's been in control of this match pretty much the whole way.
Well, it doesn't get any easier because his next match
91.
will be against Kist. Following this one, as we move into cycle 3 of matches, it's Blomer
140.
against Painter.
Peter, you
That is an
require
amazing
130.
140 considering what's happened this week. But if he takes this 130, Van Hasse is going to feel so disappointed. That's an
Game,
incredible
shot,
12
and the
darter from
match,
Peter Hudson.
Peter Hudson.
And if you needed evidence as to how good a player he is, you just had it. Van Hasse did nothing wrong, leaving tops after 12, and he didn't even get a look at it. Peter Hudson with a great victory with an 85 average, but 80% on the doubles is why he has just got himself to 6 points alongside Martijn Drac. A really good last leg there. We have got the Kevin Derby coming up to start round 3, so don't go far as Blomer takes on Painter next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. The asset Paul Nicholson has joined me up here on the balcony to assess what we have seen so far today. Before the break, we saw Peter Hudson get the better of Philip van Hasse by 4 legs to 3. Let's have a look and see how proceedings have gone then so far. We've seen 6 games in our schedule already. It began with a crucial win for Christian Kist, who has made a bit of a surge on day 2.
Yeah, it's not been bad from Christian, that's for sure. But the one thing that stands out for me so far is that the last 5 games have all been won without the darts. And we went to the limit in the last one. That was an incredible game, but that 130 finish, that has just crushed the confidence of Philip van Hasse, who was trying to build something up. What a great game.
It most certainly was. Well, when you look at in terms of today, Kevin Blomer, now we said yesterday, Chris Mason was up here on the balcony, and I asked him, do you think maybe he had a really good first day, whether the reality of hitting day 2? Now, he said that he thought he'd get better on day 2. Boy, has he got better on day 2.
Yeah, the evidence that we've been given from some of our Belgian sources, sometimes when you get information about a player, they come here with good local knowledge from where they've come from. But the thing is, he's starting to prove it. He's a lot better than I gave him credit for yesterday. I love to see that from players. But the ceiling that we are starting to see from Blomer, it's definitely more visible than it was yesterday. And this is a problem for everybody in this group as they play the middle portion of Tuesday's groups.
How big a statement was that 103 average?
I don't think it's as big as it could have been. When you consider how high he was after 2 legs, I know I've got to give Martijn Drac a lot of credit because he pegged him back with some great finishing, especially that bullseye. But let's face it, I think that 110, 115, it's definitely within reach based on what we've heard about him and what he's shown us so far.
Well, let's have a look then at the table, at the sort of halfway point of our day. 2 rounds of fixtures down. Kevin Blomer with a 2-point lead from Christian Kist. 2 defeats to start the day from Martijn Drac. Has that most probably ended his chances of getting out of the group, or could he do something late on?
There was a possibility at the start of play today where we could have had 3 players vying for the top and 3 players playing for position. I think it's worse than it was at the start of play. I think what we're looking at is a 2-horse race. I think people are starting to play for position already, and it's not even 12 o'clock on Tuesday.
As for the 3 players at the bottom end of the group, what's been your assessment of their days so far?
Up and down, missed chances, and definite improvement I've seen from Philip, from Painter, and I've seen a more relaxed Martijn Drac. I just think he looks a bit more energised, but I think everybody having the benefit of rest on Monday night is coming in playing better, but that doesn't mean that points are guaranteed.
Well, next up, Game 7. Now, you know I don't like going bold on predictions, but I am actually on this one. I think Kevin's going to win this one. What about you?
I'm going to go for Blomer. So I'm going to go even further than you.
Well, we're looking forward to this one. It's Blomer up against Painter. Paul Nicholson is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Chris Mason.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, it's hard at the moment to make a case for anyone today beating Blomer after that bomber type performance last time out. 103.95 the average, and well, prior to that it was a 96.52. He's averaging over a ton for the day, and to marry that up with what Kevin Painter's doing for the day, he is averaging around about
Kevin
82.
Blomer to go first. Game on.
So if they continue to play to type, this could be another tough game for KP.
96.
You'll feel like he's been dry roasted.
I'm sure that's not the first time that somebody said that about Kevin. And I'm sure he heard me
100.
from the balcony when I said that I've gone for Blomer, but let's face it, based on the level of play that we've seen from him today, how can you refute that?
I literally just mentioned that on your way down. He's averaging 100 for the day. Kevin's averaging about 82. And that's over a fairly decent sample. That's
85.
Is that a different point he's got in? Now, I know he likes to tweak certain things, but he's looking for a magical ingredient that is going to take him to a slightly higher level. But that, to me, looks like a slightly
85.
different, more tapered point. He might even have a myriad of barrels in his case that are already preset with different points.
Yeah, absolutely. Blomer didn't just win this one yesterday. It was a bit of a mauling, and I mentioned there's a near 18-point difference in the averages. Well, there was nearly a 10-point difference
100
in their averages when they met yesterday. It was
140.
a whitewash win for this man.
You almost expect him to get that second treble 20 the way he's been playing. Well, Kevin's got a really good chance here.
78.
Kevin Painter, that is.
Kevin, you
this is a
require
referee's nightmare, this
116.
game. When they're sharing the first name. Oh, look how good that is. That's just as beautiful. Right in the middle.
76.
He almost equalises his best finish of yesterday,
Kevin,
which
you
was
require
116.
62.
Bit of pressure on this now to hold. He's only going to get the one dart at double 16.
46.
A rare miss.
Well thrown dart.
Kevin, you require 40.
It was an attacking dart.
Double 10's got to be attacked now.
30.
Does not come up trumps.
Kevin, you require 16.
Last time out, he had a nightmare on the doubles, didn't he? None from 8.
Double 4. Things are getting a bit edgy in the first leg of this contest.
No score.
And that's maybe the worst dart he's thrown this week.
Kevin, you require 10.
Certainly the worst dart he's thrown today.
Little snarl before he
Game
hits
shot
double
in the
5.
first leg.
He
Kevin
takes the
Painter.
first leg. A somewhat surprising 20 dart break of throw.
Second leg is Kevin Painter to throw first. Game on.
With success comes expectation. Not just on points, but in performance as well. And remember, it's 7 straight
95.
wins for Blomer.
Yeah,
And he will expect to win, but as he keeps winning games, there comes more expectation.
An expectation converts into pressure.
100.
Not from anybody else, just from yourself.
Correct. And that's sometimes the worst kind of pressure.
100.
Which makes some of those runs from Phil Taylor, where he went years unbeaten in tournaments, even more miraculous.
Makes you sick, doesn't it, when you think about it? Years.
Yeah, years.
140.
That's why I'm so precious about my record at the Circus Tavern, you see, because if I never play there again, I've got a 100% record there.
61.
There's something I've picked up on when it comes to Kevin Painter as well, and I've talked to some people about this very recently. It's about the pre-shot dance. It's the approaching the oki in steps. Look at this from Kevin. 1, 2, 3. It's the same every single time. Now, he might be wearing dancing shoes, but I guarantee he's not out of time. Every time he approaches that oki, it's in 3 steps.
Kevin, you require
And on the retrieval.
121.
Everything's done at the same, just so way.
Watch this time, he'll do it in 4.
85. Kevin, you
I bet he
require
does.
145.
3. There you go.
And that will come down to practice and getting used to
90.
a routine and a rhythm.
Kevin, you require 36.
That's a
Game
little
shot
bit
on the
better.
second leg.
13
Kevin
darter,
Blomer.
and he doesn't dwell on the fact that the first leg of this contest was not very good.
Third leg
It was
is Kevin
it was
Blomer
the same
to
as,
throw first. Game on.
Scott Mitchell, he went to a hypnotist, didn't he, and a sports psychologist, and it was all about a count. Everything was counted.
180.
The steps to the board, the walk back, the walk around, the approach, everything became a routine.
83.
And with routine becomes normality, doesn't it? It just becomes autopilot.
Reliability as well. Some people
96.
are not that way. They just do as they feel. But some people, in order to be the best they can be, need structure.
Yeah. That's the word I was looking for.
85.
I'm actually a 3-step person as well. Right foot forward, left foot forward, right foot forward. And Ian White's the same. He is
Never even thought about it.
He's so precise in
125.
putting his front foot down, Ian White. That's part of his thinking process. He's not thinking about the leg or the darts. He's thinking about how softly can I put that front
100.
foot down.
But if you
Kevin,
think
you
in
require 100.
any other sport, we'll just continue this conversation. You think snooker players, same thing. The cue comes back so many times. It's a routine. It's a structure. A golfer, the way they look down, address the ball, the little
92.
the practice swing,
Waggles.
Yeah, the wiggles and waggles, and everything's got to be just so.
105. Kevin, you require 8.
Double 4. Was good in this corner than in the last leg,
Game
and he's
shot in
just
the
as
third
good this
leg.
time.
Kevin
That's two
Blomer.
13 darters.
And not for the first time today, Nico. He's produced the back-to-back 13s.
4th leg is Kevin Painter to throw first. Game on.
I'm starting to figure this guy out and just how good he is.
100.
He might just be, based on what we're seeing, the favourite to win this week. And if I remember rightly, it was Henry Deacon that sent me a message yesterday in the middle of the broadcast, and he said
59.
to win the week, he was 16-1.
Wow, yeah, against Peter Hudson, he produced back-to-back 13 dart legs to win the match.
40.
Full one after Hudson took the third leg, his response was 13-13.
60.
And after Painter took the first leg in this one, his response is yet again 13-13.
I'm looking for some.
81.
Not him.
Not for Blomer.
Already today, he's had full 13 darters, a 14,
95.
an 11, a 16. He's going along quite nicely.
And the 11 could have been a 10. So if we are going to get a perfect leg from someone
85.
in Group A, it's more likely to be Blomer than anybody else. Fair play to Kevin. He's just sticking to his task here. He's not out of this game by any means.
58.
He's got the impetus here in leg 4, and if Blomer does not go full Blomer, then Painter could get his spots.
Well, when you have a big average like that,
65.
the hardest thing to do when this turnaround is so quick is to try and back that up. Again, that expectation creates pressure.
Yeah, it reminds me of a couple of situations, actually. Conor Heenan, when
55.
he had his best average in this building of
Kevin, you require
115.62.
130.
He actually played very well in the next game and averaged over 107. And in Southampton, Mike Warburton had a 115.62, and he went close to 109 in the previous game. When people do that, that's what you call a hot hour.
Yeah.
90.
I'd be fascinated to know, actually, Chris, if Painter's ever got above 110.
134.
Because he doesn't strike
Kevin,
me as
you
the kind of
require
player who
40.
has massive averages.
Game
But he
shot
has
on the
got leg
fourth
4.
Kevin Painter.
And a nice clean take there on tops to draw level. But he doesn't have the darts in 2 of the last 3 legs.
5th leg is Kevin Blomer to throw first. Game on.
Justin Bradshaw's your referee today.
60.
There he is, doing a great job.
His highest ever TV average, 101.02. His highest ever recorded average in official competition,
100.
106.11.
I think that's pretty consistent with what I know about Kevin Painter as well. You know, you were talking about watching things back when they've gone right.
99.
And in most of Kevin's heyday as a PDC Pro, those games, they're not on YouTube. They're not accessible.
59.
My best TV performance in a straight stock game, I can't access that either against Terry Jenkins in the 2011 European Championship. I have never seen it.
What was it?
96.
Just over 101. 110-2.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
85.
That was a good day. I enjoyed that one. But you do enjoy the good ones. It's how good the next level of your play is consistently.
93.
That's how far you will get in your career. You're not going to be averaging 103 all the time. But when can you put in those 95s, those 96s, and win the key battles?
That's what the very elite group do so well. They're not at their best. It's still better than most people's. You know, that when we used to do it, we'd be in the players' room, Taylor would be on, and
Kevin,
we'd be sort of keeping half an eye on it. We'd go, well,
153.
that didn't look very good. And his average would pop up at the end, 101.57. You'd be like, what?
See what? What?
117.
Oh, it was almost a 153. We almost went full Stone Cold Steve Austin there.
$60. Kevin,
He's
you
been
require
mustered
36.
in this portion of the board, hasn't he? When he's had 3 darts in hand. He's going to split it. Making good decisions
Game shot in
and
the
excellent
fifth leg. Kevin
execution.
Blomer.
And if you consider that he didn't even think about double 9, he knew where Kevin Painter was sat. He knew exactly
Sixth
what was
leg
going to
is Kevin
happen if he
Painter to
split the
throw
double
first.
18.
Game on.
And that shows a level of maturity as well as a level of really good play as well.
Yeah, it's
55.
just great board management. His all-round, let's say, his demeanour, his approach, how he deals with disappointment.
Hasn't really been
96.
disappointed this week so far. He's looking for 8 straight wins in this game. It's a lot more hard work than it was yesterday, that's for sure.
96.
Which is full credit to Painter for making it harder. But he's spending too much time averaging around 80. Going to get one of Kevin's pals here later in the week, in
134.
Prakash Jiwa, from the same town of Rugby.
And Colin Osborne, ex-practice partner, I do believe.
Yeah, Aussie and Painter go way back.
Didn't they live fairly close to each other for a while?
Yeah, Kevin was in Daventry.
That's right.
84.
Derby's just up the road. Yeah, it was a little bit of a darting cabal with Hamilton and Cave and Osborne and Painter.
126.
Oh, that's brilliant from Blomer. Great thinking.
Yeah, the 419s gave him the option there, the ball or 25. The 25 would have left him 170, of course.
133.
He's gone in half.
Kevin, you require 145.
Right, now let's see if Painter stays on 57 for 133. Because as everybody knows,
95.
I love
Kevin, you
treble
require
19 on the first
133.
dart for this. And very rarely do we see anybody go for it. You might ask why.
93.
I was just about to.
Kevin, you
57
require
leaves
50.
76 for double-double. 60 leaves no double-double. This is just one double. And it's
Game,
in again.
shot. And the match,
Blomer,
Kevin
just
Blomer.
too good for his namesake. And he's now won 8 straight games here in Group A. And he goes back to the top again over Christian Kiss. This time it's now 14 points. And his leg difference will swell to plus 23. With another average over 90, he continues to impress. When we come back, it will be Christian Kist up against Philip van Gasser, who almost got his first win in his previous game.
Well, Kevin is being left home alone at the top of the table, isn't he? Kevin Blomer getting the better of his namesake painter by 4 legs to 2, opening up a 4-point buffer at the top of the table. However, that can be cut in half to 2 if Christian Kiss can get the better of Philip van Hasse. This is being watched by Paul and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Oh, this is a big game for Kiss, just to try and keep in touch with Kevin Blomer, who's currently on 16 points and plus 23. He is on target to absolutely smash our leg difference record. Kissed, I mean, any other Group A, he'd be going along very nicely, 12 points plus 15. So a win here and he'll close the gap to 2.
It's starting to remind me, Mace, of that week with Berry Van Peer when Jacob Taylor got 22 points.
First leg is Christian.
Had a really healthy leg difference and was easily second.
Yeah.
Jacob Taylor ended up being a reserve
140
for the Super Series 3 Champions Week, and he ended up being the runner-up of the whole thing behind Luke Littler.
60.
So all is not lost if you don't win a week, but it's very unusual to see somebody as a reserve do so well.
134.
I know it's early, but it's a case that maybe Painter and Philip will be looking forward to the reset on Thursday, wherever they may find themselves, because now that on the Thursday and Friday it's double session day, of course, but the Thursday Group C that would normally start at 9:30 now starts at 1 o'clock, and that's a much nicer time for the players.
Yes, it is. You can get into the practice room for around about 10:45, 11 o'clock. That feels a bit more natural.
You don't feel half asleep and a little stiff.
Shot in the first leg.
There's nothing stiff with that. That's a 12-dart hold and a 1-2-7 checkout.
Right now, Philip van Hasse is saying, please stop doing this to me, because he's just been done in the last 2 legs he's played with a 130 and a 127. He's going to start taking this personally soon.
43.
I assure you, I've just run into him in the practice room when I came down from the balcony. He just seems like a lovely chap. Sitting down, he was quite philosophical about losing that game to Hudson. He'll plod on and do his thing.
How many times have we seen it, Nico, where players on debut and they come in on Group A tend to
83.
sort of struggle and find their feet, but my God, Thursday and Friday they soon bounce back. We've seen it many, many times.
I hate to use the Blom word again, but Moreno Blom, absolute shocker of a Group A. Then he was fabulous in Group C. Sprinted to the finish, got himself to the Saturday night, and didn't disgrace himself at all.
Nope.
But there is pressure on Kist because,
140.
let's face it, every time he comes to the Oki now, he's trying to chase down Blomer. I suppose it's a good thing because of the format that we're playing. No matter what Kevin does, he can't be any more than 2 points away if Christian keeps winning.
Yeah. And of course, he'll have the opportunity to turn that around
81
when they meet after our match that follows this one. Up next is Hudson against Drac, and then it will be Kist against Blomer. Then
83.
It's in his own hands because
Christian, you require 40.
His only defeat yesterday came at the hands of Blomer. So he can right the wrongs.
Ooh,
Game
right
shot
in the corner.
Second leg. Christian Kist.
Oh, we've seen one monster average today. Look at those numbers,
Third leg is
Nico.
Christian.
Yeah, 111 for the first couple of
on.
legs is pretty good. But he's just done something that nobody likes when they've just lost a leg. The person who won the leg went for the fist pump, saying, give me respect. And Christian's not like that. These two know each other quite well. And
140.
I think that's just a case of Christian feeling really happy with the way he's playing. And why wouldn't he be?
Absolutely. Blistering start to the match.
100.
Christian reminds me a little bit of Danny Nopper in that
60.
he's not one for social media. He's not one for doing a great deal of things like TikTok or Instagram. Just likes to play darts. And you get about as much words out of players like Danny and
36.
Christian as you would from a plank of wood. You can't break them down, no matter how sharp the saw.
180.
That's very, very good from Philip van Hasse, and he's playing better than yesterday. He's definitely boiling up to something, becoming more comfortable. And
79.
because he's in his 50s, maybe he's just
121.
at ease with the situation, saying, I'm just going to play.
Well, when you get a bit older, Nico, you end up, instead of being like a Ferrari off the
59.
line, you're like a big old diesel train. It takes a while to get it moving, but once it gets moving, you try stopping it.
Some people prefer diesel
100.
trains over Ferraris.
Philip, you
I know
require
plenty of train
62.
spotters. Another one of those will be handy. A shot at double 16.
Game
That's
shot on the
really
third
nice.
leg. Philip van Hasse.
15 darts and showing Christian that he's got plenty of defiance in him.
Yeah, and it was the break back as well.
Fourth leg is Philip to throw first. Game on.
I'm amazed we've not seen him down at any of the seniors tour events and qualifiers.
180.
And there is a load of seniors players right now saying, don't give him any encouragement. He's getting better.
85.
I'm just going to take this opportunity, Chris, to wish you all the very best for the World
Thanks.
Seniors Masters.
I think I'll need it.
Playing Trina Gulliver in the first round.
100.
Yeah, really looking forward to that.
And if anybody wants to tune into that, where would they be able to see it?
Well, you can definitely come.
140.
It's at Westlands Yeovil, 24th, 25th of June. Tickets on the same place you can get tickets for here on Saturday night.
100.
Dartshop.tv or Westlands Direct, or if you use all the social medias, just put in the search bar World Seniors
100.
Darts and
Philip, you require 100.
all the details there of where you can view it wherever you are around the world, because there is options.
57.
Well, the option here for Kist is surely a 136 or a 140. Gets neither, but it's still a good approach.
Philip, you require
And so
34.
far, Van Hasse has been perfect on the finishing. Mind you, he's only had one dart at a double, but this is going to be his second. And it
Game
goes in
shot
as
on the
well.
fourth leg.
I love that.
Philip van Hasse.
I love that dart. I'm trying to think of someone else who does it. I was talking about it the other day. It may be Gurney, and he will actually
Fifth
put
leg is
that
Christian
dart
to throw
down
first.
the side
Come
of the
on.
double to use it as a guide. And that's back-to-back 15 dart legs for Philip.
Yeah, I think I've seen Dirk van Dijvenbode do the same,
100.
because his dart's going at a nice neutral stroke upright angle where he can glance off the left side of that dart and just cushion its way into the 32.
55.
But Van Hasse is causing Christian Kist problems here. When it comes to the two-horse race at the top of the table currently,
140.
it's the chaser that's under pressure. Now, imagine if Van Hasse can get his first win in this game,
100.
and then Blomer beats Kist in game 10.
Yeah,
Then we'd see some separation.
Well, he's 6 points clear, and he would be on to 18 points. And
135.
probably 3, maybe 4 wins away from winning the group,
43.
or being in a position where
Christian,
he
you
couldn't be
require
caught.
126.
Just lay up and does a wonderful
86.
job. It's more of the same from Christian Kist, who is trying to put in that eye-opening performance that we've already seen.
97.
Blomer.
We mentioned the average
Christian,
after a
you
couple of
require
legs. Well,
40.
he's averaging a 104.68 here, and we're about to end leg 5
Game shot in the fifth leg. Christian
drop.
Kist.
to a rather ordinary 103.37.
We are talking about a player who has
Sixth leg is
won a
Philip
Challenge
to
Tour
throw
event
first.
this year.
Game on.
It was a few months ago. That was back on January the 20th, but since then he has been a runner-up in Players' Championship, sorry,
60.
Challenge Tour 9. That was to Dragutin Horvat. But he beat some great players along the way. Fallon Sherrick,
134.
Danny Lauby, who's already through to Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. David Evans, Alex Spellman.
Wow.
100.
Some sculpts en route and players that are playing very well at the moment.
And if you think about the level that he needed to win that tournament, it didn't have to be the 104, 105 plus that you're seeing right here. In fact, his biggest average that day was 90.86. You've just got to be consistent. And that's exactly what Kist has been this week.
Well, he's been consistently special in this match. And they've both contributed to a really,
80.
really good level of play. Philip is yet to miss a double. He's had a couple of 180s.
140.
3 140s.
Christian, you require 107.
And his average prior to this visit
Game,
was nearly
shot, and a match,
107.
Christian Kist.
And he takes it out for a very, very good 4-2 win against a very good Philip van Hasse. 106.65. Well, we've just seen the highest average of the week in our previous match, and that's just been trumped by Kist, who closes the gap to just 2 points on Blomer, who we will meet in 2 games' time. But up first, it's Hudson against Drac.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back, and what a performance we've just seen from Christian Kist, setting out a real statement of intent in the group. 106 average, get over the line against Philip van Hasse by 4 legs to 2. There we go, 106.65, 2-ton plus checkouts en route, and Philip van Hasse had to take out both his double attempts just to pick up a couple of legs, and the performance that Christian put in, he actually did well to get those couple of legs as well. So Christian Kist really laying down a marker then in terms of this Group A table. Next up for us is Peter Hudson Hudson in action. He takes on Martin Drac. And watching this one in the commentary box, here's Paul, here's Chris.
Thank you very much. And they've got a big act to follow, haven't they? Because that 106 plus average from Christian was one of the best performances, not just of his year, but of his career. And when you consider he is a former Lakeside champion, that is saying something. That was really good from Christian. But the dynamic at the top of the table, it remains the same. We have two people vying for that top position, and the rest of them are just looking for scraps. Isn't that right, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. 0.036 off of his personal best. 107.01, and he averaged 106.65. But we did get a PB a little earlier. You said some act to follow. Well, the act before that was some to follow, and Kiss managed to do it. But yeah, for me now,
First leg, it's Peter to
a
throw
two-horse
first.
race.
Game on.
I thought you just quoted a Liverpool player there, Firmino. He said goodbye to Liverpool over the weekend.
100.
We are going to say goodbye to somebody from the challenge of Group A pretty much in the next hour.
6.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of winning Group A, for me, it's down to Blomer and Kist. But of course, there is that third position up for grabs, and it is between these two. And the advantage of finishing
100.
third and second, outside of winning the group, is that you go into a 5-player field on Thursday and Friday
96.
night, where it's the top 3 that qualify, and that's your reward going into that group for finishing in second and third in Group A, because positions 4, 5, and 6, they will be back into a group of 6 on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Only the top 2 come through in that one. So the reward for winning Group A is Thursday and Friday off and straight into Saturday night's final.
The question I've got to ask at this juncture is, because Kevin Painter's on 4 points
96.
and only 2 points behind these two, what's the better result for him? Does it really matter at this stage?
No, because whatever happens, he's going to be
requires 65.
2 wins off just leveling things up. Oh, he's gone for 33 for 32.
25.
So yeah, I don't think it. I think he's equally going to have his hands full whether he plays Martin or Hudson, who he will be playing in a few matches' time.
Yeah, I think it's very key that he's got the other people out of the way.
Well, Painter plays Hudson in his next match, and then Drac in the final match of the session. It's not a nice proposition, whichever way you look at it, is it?
Second
but
leg
there
is
have been
Martin
signs
to throw
today
first.
from Kevin Painter.
Facial expressions from Peter Hudson today have been entertainment in themselves. He's just won the leg in 18 darts, and he looks like he's just trodden something.
41.
Yeah, he's looked like he's found a pound and then just realised he's lost a tenner.
You know that time when you just go on the beach and you've just taken your sandals off,
140.
and then you realise you've stepped on a seashell. It's like, oh no, that's what he looked like.
60.
But what is going to be really intriguing is the battle for that third position, because I'm with you. I think it's a 2-horse race for the top. And the fact that we've got Blomer against Kiss next.
180.
I almost want Kiss to win that to make it more exciting.
Yeah.
And considering they've both had their best performance of the week in their previous match, that could light up this place. Peter Hudson seems to be waking up. In his first game today, he must have pressed the snooze button about 4 times. And then he finally woke up. But this is wide awake type of darts from Hudson.
On a 10-darter.
100.
Seen one missed
PT
already
required
today.
36.
That facial expression should have come with a noise. I like the bust shot here, or the split.
Yeah, I prefer. Yeah, I prefer the split.
27.
Neither. That couldn't have gone any worse.
No, there wasn't a worse scenario, was there?
105.
I suppose
Peter,
it
you
could get
require
worse.
9.
He could miss the 9 and Martin could take the 136. Double 2.
5.
Well, let's find out. You don't have to
Martin,
go
you
60
require
here. You go 16s.
136.
Mystic Nico, yeah, of course. Seen that a few times as well over the years. 48 tops.
82. Peter, you require 4.
Double 18 bull. That's probably what Eric Claris would have done. Well, this is hard.
No score.
And this is a leg that is just getting away from Hudson. Let us remind you, he was on double
Martin,
18
you
for a
require
10 dart
54.
leg. And he could lose this leg in 20.
$34.
But he might win it.
Peter, you require 4.
What a strange leg it's been. Double 1. And he does
Game
get
shot
over
on
the
the
line in
second leg. Peter
21
Hudson.
darts.
Well, it took him more darts to win the leg than it did to get to a double in the leg.
Third leg is Peter to throw first. Game on.
Somehow finds himself 2-0 to the good.
He's going to have a sore tongue by the end of the day. He keeps biting it and flexing it. Nothing wrong with the trebles.
180.
Second maximum of the match for Peter Hudson. But penny for the thoughts of Martin Drac, who had a chance of stealing that leg away. All of a sudden, he's 2-0 down.
100.
And things are not going his way today. He's not won a match yet. He did beat Hudson yesterday by 4 legs to 3,
59.
courtesy of a catastrophic error from Hudson, who did have a chance of approaching a bullseye for the match, but chose to go a more risky route.
Yeah, he wanted 86, didn't he? He's gone for the 54.
140.
He's hit the 18. So he could have just basically threw the same kind of dart and either hit the treble 18 for double 7 or a single for the bull. And he put one out really wide, didn't he? And actually ended up throwing it on the wrong side of the double 18, costing himself a dart at the ball for the match.
Yeah, I said at the time that he might not get another shot.
135. Peter, you require
He pointed
82.
to his temple with his fingers after that third 180 just now.
50.
And he's missed more doubles.
Well, he's
Martin,
averaging
you require
86 and a half.
126.
We're in leg 3 and he's missed 15 darts at a double.
86.
That's remarkable.
Peter, you require 32.
He's at 8 scores of a ton or more.
And most of those darts registered 0 points.
Yeah.
There
shot
it
in the
is.
third leg.
3-0
Peter
lead.
Hudson.
Hudson looking to get one over on Drac. And 85 is the average, and he's only missed 16 darts at a double now.
Fourth leg is Martin to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to have a look back at this match and see, because he's gone 18, which I'm pretty sure he could have gone out in 14.
100.
21 could have been a 10. And that one there could have been an 11.
$59.
Could have been 43 darts. So, quick calculation.
106-ish.
45.
One moment, caller.
$80.
Strays with his last dart, and you can see the annoyance. Could have been that
137.
magic number of, well, pretty much 105.
Yeah, just under 105 it would have been had he been more clinical on the doubles. But let's face it, this is all about points and
140.
getting legs without replying. And
Well, he's going to trade, if he goes on to convert this lead Paul, to a win, he's going to take that third spot off Drac temporarily.
And he's had that all day long. It's almost as if
52.
Martin's been riding his luck a little bit, keeping that third position. It's definitely not been his day. He's lost to Kist. He's lost to Blomer.
100.
No, let's face it, he's
Martin,
lost
you
to the
require
top two.
167.
And he's on the verge here of losing to Hudson.
So when you lose to the people that are in your neighbourhood, it's going to do your situation some harm. 418s in Bull, and Hudson will be over the line.
PT, you require
Yeah,
122.
well, Drac's focus now is just to have his own battle now with Hudson and Painter, isn't it?
It could make for a
44.
very interesting last game
Martin,
of the
you
day.
require 106.
Painter against Drac.
Yeah.
Is he going to stay there or go for the 54? Hudson's going to go for the 54. That's
PT
for sure.
requires 78.
If he finds it, it'd be double 12 for 4-0.
Double six.
66.
That close to winning the match 4-0.
Martin, you require 48.
18 darts missed a double in this match, and he's still 3-0 up. Drac has only had 2 darts a double the whole match.
Game shot in the
And he
fourth
hits his
leg.
third one.
Martin Drac.
So he's not going to be bageled.
2 match darts for
Fifth
Peter
leg is
Hudson.
Peter to throw first. Game on.
Oh, give him something to ponder.
I've seen matches like this lost, you know, from these positions. Many, many times. You and I have been in
50.
the same chair many times. In Southampton and in here. And you think somebody's over the line. They've missed darts for the match. They go into leg 5. And everything
46.
changes.
Yeah, I think you almost go into a defensive rather than an attack mode.
That's better.
140.
Just starting to show
100.
a few battle scars today. He was looking very fresh at around 9:35 this morning.
Looking smooth, wasn't he, the action?
It's about 12:15 here in the UK now, and he's
99.
just starting to show a few bits of perspiration, a few little jerks on that throw now. That's what was kicking in for him in games 4 and 5 yesterday,
100.
Well, the backswings become a little shorter.
which tends to put more emphasis on the release point. And if that's not right and it goes a little bit further forward, then the shoulder gets engaged.
Yeah, and then the darts get lower,
99.
hence blocking the target.
That's a good one. That's a brilliant one.
180.
perfect one.
Yeah, that's a full book.
PT require 113.
But Hudson, who's already had 2 match darts, will not get a third. Any for your thoughts, Peter?
73. Martin, you require 75.
He's only got himself to blame for missing that 13. You can never take those single numbers for granted. Double 12. And Hudson can't believe it. And we are
Game
going
shot
into
in the
another
fifth
leg.
Martin Drac.
Got a game on our hands now, because that's the break. Holds and go to decide it.
Sixth leg is Martin to throw first. Game on.
You're practicing at home while watching this, or even watching it back on the highlights package, which will be available on YouTube later in the day.
180.
Do not take your single numbers for granted, and never take for granted also that you're going to get over the line. Hudson right now knows that he's got somebody tapping him on the shoulder.
Yeah, world of trouble here.
$60.
Now, Drac's got the darts here, and I suppose at this juncture we would always say that the insurance policy of having the darts in the last leg, it's a good thing.
180.
But there are good things in darts, and then there are great things. Hudson was on a 9 yesterday. He didn't get dart number 7. We hold our breath to see if Drac can.
22. Martin, you require 141.
He does get dart 7. He does get dart 8. But he doesn't get the 9th. Phenomenal effort. And that was really close as well.
Just put a little bit of extra on it, didn't he? It was a bit of a quick one. So close.
Look where Peter Hudson is.
42.
419.
Martin, you require 24.
Double 6.
I often wonder if it's worse sometimes when that dart goes in, because you think, why didn't you go in the dart before?
12.
Well, we did see earlier in the match Hudson on a 10 darter.
And end up going out in 21.
Exactly. Drac has got more time than old
59.
father time here.
Martin, you require 12.
But the adrenaline levels of going for that perfect leg and then having to still win the leg on a different part of the board, it's difficult.
Game
but he
shot
has
on the
done
sixth
it.
leg. Martin Drac.
So we go the distance.
Back-to-back 14 dart legs, Nico. 3 of the last 4 legs have been completed in 14 darts.
Peter to throw first. Game on.
I thought it was in. And that 57 went in. I thought, this is flying in.
He had a little bit of time to think before dart 7 as well. It was such a lovely shot.
40.
Only 40 from Hudson.
I remember seeing when it was 3-1, it could have been
60.
4-0. It has seen matches like this lost. But it very much depends on the grey matter between your ears.
96.
And his grey matter will feel like mush right now. You think to yourself, how on earth? And you can always tell when a player is not even back in position when they're looking
100.
over their shoulder, conscious of what their opponent's doing.
Yeah, sometimes when the jelly goes to the knees, even walking on the stage becomes difficult. But that'll help.
180.
There have been 7 180s in this game. 4 for Hudson, 3 for Drac. And I'll tell you what, that might just be the
99.
most important one of the lot.
Just giving him a bit of breathing space.
Martin Drac will not be back until
60.
game 12. Hudson will be back in game 11 against Painter. Both of them are going to enjoy the fact that they've got the next game off, because this has been a slugfest.
This will take something out of you. They've both left it
44. PT require 125.
on the hockey here. 33 for 32.
Yeah, I like that play. I think the bull here,
Too risky.
leaving 15 is not the play. So the 33 has got so many benefits. With your opponent not on a finish, make the right call. Even that is a good result.
85.
You were always going to leave your chosen double, weren't you?
You want to leave the primary double, not anything secondary or
Well, it's a
tertiary.
15. You say he's aiming at the
PT
ball. If he
require
hits
40.
it, that's what you've aimed at. And then you miss the 7.
Well, it's all gone Peter's way because Drac has left himself on 159. And Hudson
Game,
does win
shot,
the match.
And the match. Peter
It was the most
Hudson.
dramatic match of possibly the week so far, because Hudson went into a 3-0 lead, could have won it 4-0, and he was dragged into a slugfest that went into leg 7, courtesy of Martin Drac missing double 12 on the wire for that magical 9-darter. But ultimately it is Hudson who goes forward with the 2 points, and now that's the end of round 3. We'll take a short break and we will be back with Christian Kist and Kevin Blomer for a top-of-the-table clash.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And Martijn Drac came so close to perfection against Peter Hudson, but it was Hudson who picked up the point. So let's have a look and see what the table looks like now then in Group A as a consequence of that 4-3 win for Hudson. Kevin Blomer, 16 points to his name. Peter Hudson now overtakes Martijn Drac in terms of the league table. Drac still waiting to pick up that first win of the day. Looks like it's emerging to be a two-horse race at the top of the table. And this game could go a long way towards deciding who the victor is going to be. Blomer with that 2-point advantage from Kiss. Big game coming up. And we've got a big name commentary team to talk you through it. So here's Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is a top-of-the-table clash. And for all of the neutrals out there, I'm sure you're pulling for Christian Kist in this one, because if he wins, it will be 16 points each. But if Kevin Blomer, the Bomber, as he's just been nicknamed by Chris Mason off the air, he might find his way to something that we've never seen here at the MODUS Super Series. We've had two players, and I feel like I'm going early with this, but two players get to 28 points in Group A campaigns, Colin Osborne and Jim McEwen. Nobody has ever swept Group A with 30.
First leg is Christian to throw first.
Was that
Game
that
on.
when Jim McEwen got to 28, he was on that ridiculous unbeaten run?
Yep, 16 straight matches. He's got the record for that. He took it from Sean MacDonald of Scotland. But Osborne lost his match in his Group A campaign quite early. Jim McEwen lost the last game against Josh Payne, and in fact had a dart at double 18 to get the 30 points.
Wow.
Just missed it.
60.
So over to you, Kevin. You've got 8 wins in the bag, just another 7 to go. Well, this one yesterday was the only defeat.
123.
Yeah, only person to beat him in this Group A campaign so far.
$97.
It's not quite manifested itself as Blomer having a target on his back, has it, quite yet? Because that's what can sometimes happen.
95.
He seems to have dealt with the whole situation very well.
Yeah, seems to have a very
140.
level head on his shoulders, albeit very tall shoulders. Just want you to look at the facial expression of Blomer every time he throws a dart. It's exactly the same.
Christina
Everybody's got their own little proclivities, their little tendencies. In fact, when I started playing on TV, people said that I used to smile.
58.
Didn't even notice it until I was made aware of it. But let's look at Blomer here. A little curving of the lips as he brings that right shoulder into play.
98. Christina require 80.
Very rarely he just loses the timing of it. And that's
Game shot in the first leg. Christian Kist.
17 dart hold with the 80 out.
We've already had more ton plus averages this week than last week.
First.
And it's Tuesday. Just goes to show how good the play has been today, because they've both come today.
And they've not just been in the
123
ton mark. 103 and change and 106 and change.
140.
Yeah, when you're going over 105, that's a seriously good performance. I think sometimes because of the quality that we have in the PDC and the high end of the WDF, we are spoiled by the quality. And I think we need to give the people who do go to that 103 and 106 level the full praise that they require, because it's not easy to do.
I'm seeing people lose with them kind of averages 45. On the Challenge Tour. The other week's, well, seen Gary Anderson in long course starts not too long ago lose with 111.
It's amazing how many times it happens these days. This is good thinking from Blomer. Now there was
95. Christina
an argument for the ball with that last start to leave 132 from the 25. That's a double 9 shot, is it? No.
Game shot in the second leg.
I looked at
Christian
the wrong
Kist.
score. Good job he
Same.
didn't, and it's 2-0.
12 darter, 140 out. And he took the 80 cleanly.
I was getting flummoxed
Third
by that
leg is
second
Christian to
dart
throw
because it was
first.
disguised
Come on.
by that first one so well. It's almost like the dart disappeared. Feels like the first time
45.
that Kevin Blomer's been put in trouble. Not just today, but at all.
Last time out, Kist produced that 106.65.
60.
After a couple of legs here, he was in that kind of territory.
140.
At no point has Blomer been taken to the limit. The most he's lost in a game is 2 legs. If you think about yesterday, he won 4-2,
140.
then he won 4-0, then 4-1, and finished with a 4-0. It was a destructive day, leg difference-wise.
140.
Today, 4-1, 4-2,
$58.
and 4-2. Being 2-0 down to him will feel very alien.
Uncharted territory, and he's left
136.
tops after 12, and the average is where it was just before he took out the 107
43.
to win that match.
Christian, you
A little
require
earlier.
40.
He's been really good up here as well. There's the marker.
20.
He doesn't hit it this time.
No damage done. Blomer, well, the only damage is done on the average, but in terms of the match situation,
180.
Somewhat
Christian, you
relieved
require
looking
20.
Blomer. They're getting his first 180 of the contest. In fact, it is the first of the whole contest.
Game shot in the
But
third
it makes no
leg.
difference because
Christian
Kist is 3-0 up. I think these two get on quite well. You do
Fourth
tend
leg
to
is
find that a
Kevin
lot
to
of
throw
the
first.
Belgian
Game
and Dutch
on.
players do get along superbly well. On the tour, I know that Martijn Kleermaker is really good friends
60.
with Kim Huybrecht and a lot of the Belgian dart players. But right
yeah, and
now,
they speak to each other in a sort of a mix of both languages, isn't it?
140.
the language I don't understand. We all know the language of the dart,
100.
and Christian is fluent.
Certainly is so far today.
Well, here's a funny thing as well. If
100.
Christian was to win this leg, his leg difference would go to plus 21. Blomer's would go to plus 19.
Yeah,
Kist would go top of the table.
Oh.
Yeah, he'd lose
45.
4, wouldn't he, of course? Yeah, he'd go from 23 to 19. Kist would go from 17 to 21.
60.
What a fascinating day and a bit it would be if these two are vying for that top spot. One of these players, Mace,
140.
is not going to win this group. It seems harsh, but that's the cutthroat nature of the first 3 days of week 4.
130.
That's brilliant.
Kevin, you require
Yeah, casually
156.
picks off the ball and almost makes this 156 a must. Well, he wants double 18.
120.
Move the wire.
Christian, you require
Can't be
71.
ignored that Blomer has averaged his worst game of the entire day at 89. And it's a match dart at tops. And it's the
Game,
only one he
shot,
requires.
and match. Christian
He
Kist.
averages 98 and change, and Christian Kist gets one back on Blomer and stops his charge. And it is 8 straight games for Blomer. It will not be 9, but Kist, he is now at the top of the table on leg difference, and that 2-horse race over the next day and a half is going to be really intriguing. When we come back, it's going to be Peter Hudson taking on Kevin Painter as the 2 English players in this group go head-to-head.
Well, that has taken a severe twist in terms of the group, hasn't it? Christian Kiss with a 4-0 win against Kevin Blomer, 98.5 average as well. 2 really good performances back-to-back from the Lipstick, and now he goes top of the table on legs difference. Next up for us, Kevin Painter up against Peter Hudson. Watching this one, Chris and Paul.
We move on. We go into game number 11 then, and the all-English battle. This man was involved in quite the battle when it came to game 9, and it's fair to say that he needed a bit of a rest after that one, but he didn't get much of one because that game that we've just seen did not take long at all.
No, it was a rather quick one, and for a player that had not been beaten all day, the beating he took only took 7.5 minutes, so it won't feel too bad.
I think when you have won a game and you think, right, I've got a game off, I'll have 20 minutes. He didn't even get half of that.
No.
Just goes to show how destructive that Christian Kiss performance was. But one thing's for sure, Peter will have to be patient in this one because Kevin is changing his flights.
Well, we instantly said after match one
to throw first.
Was that
Game
Kist's bad one like he had yesterday, because he had one performance that he certainly wouldn't have been particularly happy with. Well, he won that match regardless
80
against Martine 4-3 in the end, then beat Painter 4-0 with an 83.5,
100,
and then popped in that 106.65 and backed it up with a 98.56.
140.
I suppose the good sign is that when you're winning your bad game,
yeah,
things are definitely looking up. And the stats from yesterday for Kist were telling us a very interesting story. His doubles were excellent. His average was excellent. And he had the best individual performance yesterday. He's got it today again. Situationally,
100.
If that's a word, he is winning the battles, and he may just win the biggest battle of all, which is winning this Group A table. He is on the top for now, but now we turn our attention to who will get third, because we think it's a 2-horse race at the top. I don't think that's going to change over the next day.
Yeah, that was the first match that he's not found himself.
Peter, you require 121.
Sort of there or thereabouts. He responded to everybody in front of him because he played the second match of the session yesterday and
96.
matched the scoreline that Martine had against Kevin Painter.
You require 76.
I remember at one point he was 4 points clear, wasn't he, Blomer?
Indeed.
36.
Not anymore.
Peter, you require
Hudson might be
25.
a break-up. Doesn't miss the single this time. Double 4. Does miss the chance.
Kevin, you require 40.
Change of flights at the start of the match. And a bad result with Dart 2, resulting in only the layup with Dart 3.
Game
Great shot from Peter.
Leg. Peter Hudson.
And I suppose when you look at the table at this portion of the group, you want to still be in contention with the top. But if you're not, try and give yourself another type of motivation. let's face it, everybody wants to be part of Group B if you don't win the group.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that Hudson will just get himself
58.
in, like you're saying, now a battle with Drac and Painter. The top end of the table, I mean, before this game, he's 8
40.
points away. That's 4 wins without them picking up a win, which ain't going to happen.
This week we do have
86.
4 players on offer who have made finals night before. Kevin is one of them. He's made 2 from 4 attempts. Not bad at all.
45.
Colin Osborne has been there. Ryan Furness has been there. And Scott Baker's been there. As for everybody else, they are still looking for their first finals night, where the
81.
£5,000 cheque beckons. But we only have one person who has cashed that cheque. That's Colin Osborne.
100.
You do look at someone like Kist, someone like Blomer, someone like Hudson, for example. They're looking for their best week here. I know that Blomer's on debut.
57.
But there are riches to be had here this week. And if you think about the likes of Neil Duff, the likes of Danny Lauby,
140.
Reece Robinson, they've got bigger checks possibly in the future because they're already in Champions Week.
Yeah, they'll be chasing down that cheque for £20,000.
99.
Have you ever changed equipment just before the start of the match?
Oh, no. I had the same setup for over 20
PT
years.
require
I
120.
couldn't even imagine changing anything. But once I started, I just tend to...
100.
It spiraled, and you just were very much like what
Kevin,
Peter
you
Wright was
require
doing. I was trying
36.
everything and anything.
Double 18.
Game
And
shot.
Painter
in the
gets a
second
nice
leg.
kick
Kevin Painter.
off his first marker to land a 1-1 scoreline after 2. I can actually say that when I played here in October,
Third
much
leg
like
is
you
Kevin
did,
to throw
Chris,
first. Game on.
it was on the second day. And it was in the last match, I believe, where one of my points came out of the barrel.
Ooh.
And I didn't have any way of fixing it.
57.
So I had a spare dart in my other case with a different point in it. So I played with 2 gripped points and 1 smooth one.
Oh, no. No good for our OCD, that.
44.
It's the only time I've ever played with odd equipment. But I'm like you, I've never changed anything on purpose prior to a match. I have gone in
100.
sometimes stubbornly, but most of the time assured that I've got the right kit with me right there and then.
Yeah, and that's half the battle, is making that
99.
decision, and it's based on these work and they're right.
Now look at Gerwen Price. There's been a lot made of his attitude, his celebrations and exuberance, but
58.
when it comes to equipment, he's changed minimally
Yeah.
over the last 7 or 8 years. He tried some new equipment with some different coatings, but ultimately, if you look at what he was using in the early days to what he's using now, it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
95.
Everybody's looking for that magical ingredient, and it could be found with 1 extra groove.
Yeah, or it could be found with extra practice. It was interesting. I was listening to a Ricky Evans
55.
interview last night about how he wants to try and make it more serious, and they were going through sort of what he does for practice and what he doesn't do, and the fact that there's no one really around that can push him in practice. And I'm sort of sat there
96.
thinking, well, why aren't you finding somebody? Why don't you travel one day and they travel to you the other day? That's why I had to drive from Bristol to Stoke-on-Trent.
Well, Ricky lives in Kettering, or in that area
Yeah.
of Northamptonshire. It's not that far to Damon Header in Leicestershire.
Yeah, go to that house and you've not only got Damo, you've got Dimitri as well.
55.
Give Kevin a call. He's just down the road in
PT
Rugby. I used to
require
practice with Kevin when I
167.
lived in Corby, just down from Kettering.
Yeah.
It was a 45-minute drive, and trust me, those practice sessions were intense. They were great.
Yeah, there's no messing about with Kevin. It's all darts.
Business. And then when business is over, have a nice game of snooker and debrief, and it's lovely. That's what we used to do.
I say sometimes people think it's in the equipment, and it may be in the application.
Well,
58.
Somewhat
PT
seriously,
require
Ricky has been
110.
saying that for a while. So you've got to put things into practice, Ricky, if you are watching this. This is what dart players are supposed to do. Think well,
74.
execute well.
And he's undoubtedly talented. That's
Kevin,
the
you require
frustrating thing.
118.
What a lovely lie that is for the 60.
60.
Somewhat frustrating that he
PT
can't find
require
it.
36.
He almost left double 9. Speaking of which, and it's
Game
double
shot
9
in
that
the
gives
third
Peter
leg.
Hudson
Peter
a
Hudson.
21 dart leg and a 2-1 lead.
And a third consecutive break of throw, and I always refer to
Fourth leg
breaks
is
of
Peter
throw
to throw
indicating
first.
a bit of a
Game on.
scrappy match, and thus far this has been exactly that. Neither players particularly settled well.
100.
If Kevin Painter was to put his darts down at the end of this week, he's not going to, by the way, before anybody gets too carried
85.
away. What would be his legacy?
Being part of that incredible final at the Tavern against Taylor and winning the Players' Championships, and
96.
his longevity can't be ignored. He's I don't think he's not played in anything that he could have while he was
43.
at the top of his games. Yeah, he qualified for every tournament. He played in the Premier League. You know, he's won a major.
Been to semi-finals of other majors.
Yeah.
He was always a better stage player than a floor player.
140.
But my second question about Kevin would be, would he be happy with what he's won, or would he be left wanting at the end of the day?
No, I think he'd be in the era. You know, you got to think in the era that he started, the BDO was then
75.
undoubtedly stronger than what was the PDC if you excluded maybe Phil and Dennis, I suppose. But yeah, I think,
99.
yeah, I think he's been an international. He's played in Europe Cups, and
He's just given us the full wall there, because he hit a treble 20 with his first dart.
128. PT
It was
requires
almost like he'd just
66.
seen a Lorimer Worldie for Ipswich. He won't like this. He would love
50.
this.
yeah, I think, you know, a consummate
Kevin, you
pro
require
and
170.
been all over the world doing exhibitions and playing.
He's actually been to my dart club in Melbourne as well. He went there with Jamie Caven to the Maroondah Social
45.
Darts Club in
PT
Croydon in
requires
East Melbourne.
16.
Weren't Terry Jenkins and Jamie over there recently in Australia?
Probably. Actually, Jamie was doing an exhibition in Vanuatu,
8.
one of the
I
islands
don't
east of
know how to
Australia.
spell it.
Kevin, you require
no matter
125.
where it is in the world.
Well, that one needed to be in the epicenter, and it wasn't. A 51 off as well. So he's got to use the referee, which is perfectly legal. Referee can tell you what you've got left or what you've scored.
89.
Well, Hudson
PT
is looking
require
for a
8.
precious hold of throw here for a 2-leg cushion. Double 2. And it always
Game shot on
feels
the
worse
fourth
when the
leg.
third
Peter
dart goes in.
Hudson.
It's not a good game. They're both averaging in the mid-70s. But as far as the points are concerned,
Fifth leg
these
is
are
Kevin to throw
vital
first. Game
for Hudson,
on.
because if he wins this game, he's got a 4-point cushion to Drac on 6 points.
Yeah, that's all that's key to this for Hudson, is just knuckling down and
58.
Getting the 2 points.
It's getting to that portion of the day where if you're not picking up points
59.
and you're having real troubles with your technique, it's difficult to stay in that buoyant mindset.
55.
Well, it becomes a chore. Everything becomes hard. Climbing those little steps onto the stage become hard.
Yeah, it's like leaving tacos out in the sun. Everything becomes
59.
hard. Just not sure, and I'm being completely opinionated
84.
now. I'm not sure these flights work for Kevin.
No, they may. This is another issue where, I mean, he shouldn't be. He's been doing it longer than I have, but sometimes what may work on a
100.
practice board doesn't work in that environment of a stage setting when you're under pressure, because you're not thrown with as much freedom. Where
125.
you've seen him there, he's sort of gone, oh well, this is what it is, and he's opened his shoulders a bit and he's relaxed, and that's how a dart will sit in practice, because you're thrown with freedom.
One of the reasons that
83.
these flights were invented, you mentioned it yesterday, they're called Sigmas. They were invented for Phil Taylor. And
Yeah.
just because they work for Phil Taylor doesn't mean they work for you. I mean, if I picked up Brooks Koepka's driver, that shaft is going to be so stiff, I wouldn't be able to hit it 150 yards. But you've got to try these things.
59.
The problem is, it seems like Kevin's not sure what's working.
No, well, because the problem is, it probably would be working in practice, and then he's coming up there, and it's not happening. So then he's going back and thinking, right, well, I'll try this.
But on top of that, is he trying things now
43.
to see what could possibly work the best later in the week? Is this the right time to do that, or are we going to get a change at this point of the match?
I said that on Wednesday of last week regarding a few of the players that were not in contention. But if you're going to
Kevin,
have
you
a little
require 120.
fiddle and try something out, try it out on the Wednesday when you're out of contention.
That's a
100.
really nice ton.
Peter, you require
He
157.
may even still win this match to get himself into the race for third position.
Well, he doesn't have to particularly find another gear. It's literally
97.
just something remotely solid,
Kevin,
because
you
they're
require
both
20.
averaging 77.
Game
they're the
shot in
battles
fifth
he's gotta
leg.
win.
Kevin Painter.
Yes.
He's got to get to the double and get rid of it. It doesn't matter about the first 15 darts of the leg. As long as you get there first, it's like playing beat the score darts.
Sixth leg
Whatever
is Peter
Peter
to
gets
throw
here, you
first.
beat
Game
it.
on.
Yeah.
Then whatever he gets, you beat it again, and you get yourself a dart in front.
When you, this is advice I give to a lot of new players. That
85.
the advice is always play the board. But when you're in a situation like this where you're both struggling, just play a game of beat the score.
64.
It's always a good thing to do as well for fun if you're with your darts team. Give yourself 3 lives,
Yeah.
play beat the score, and then when someone plants a 140, you've got to beat that. If you don't, you lose a life.
125.
And then whoever's got the last life left, they win.
Yeah.
It's good fun. It's simple. And if they hit a 180,
125.
even if you match it, you lose a life. Just making it even more fun.
But the person behind you is in the same boat.
There you can see that lovely angle of entry for Peter.
140.
Well, he can cushion that third dart against the first one.
Yeah, it gives him a bed to aim at. Very much like that for Kevin. Look how much room is left.
135.
Look how fast they're going in as
Peter
well.
require
Because of those small
151.
flights, they
Yep.
travel so quickly.
And that's why they're so unforgiving.
Oh, hello.
111.
Superb attempt at a 151. He's only 40 points away from that vital victory. And Kevin, on this occasion, could not get to the double first, which
59.
means another defeat for
PT
him is
require
imminent.
40.
Two fives. Just checking Kevin's position.
Oh, he can't lay up.
30.
Earlier in the match, Kevin did have this number.
Kevin, you require 118.
3 darts kissing the top wire on the wrong side. This time, surely 48 and ball.
Got to be 48 ball.
It was the right option. Just caught himself in no man's land with the shot.
50. Peter, you require 10.
Double 5.
Game.
And the job is done for Peter
And the
Hudson.
match, Peter Hudson.
He wins against Kevin Painter for the 2nd consecutive day, this time by a slightly bigger margin than yesterday. Slightly less dramatic as well. The averages weren't brilliant, but ultimately it was Peter that won the key battles. When we come back, it will be another person trying to get that 3rd position by the end of the day is Martijn Drac as he takes on Philip van Gassen.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Peter Hudson has just got the better Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 2. Let's see what that does then in terms of the league standings, because as you can see, we saw just before Kirsten Blom now neck and neck on 6 points. But as for Peter Hudson, he is now the player in command, it looks like, when it comes to that 3rd place position. Or at least he's put himself in a commanding position to take that little bit of authority going forward. But next up in action, we're going to see Philip van Gassen in action, and he's going to be taking on Martijn Drac, who last time out came so close to perfection.
Martijn, you require 141.
No, to me.
He does get dart 7. He does get dart 8. But he doesn't get the 9th. Phenomenal effort, and that was really close as well.
Well, that was then, and this is now. Martijn Drac's actually just seen that attempt on his monitor. He's attempting for his 1st win of the day against Van Gassen. Is he going to do it? Let's find out. Paul and Chris.
Yeah, time to find out if he can get that 1st win, Henry. But 1st win is very apt for Philip as well, because he's looking for his 1st win of the group. He got very, very close a little bit earlier on against Peter Hudson, but was robbed at the end thanks to a wonderful 130 checkout. Since then, he has lost to Christian Kist as well, who has kicked on to get the top spot in the table. But this will break the daily streak of these two. The only 2 players not to register a win so far on Tuesday. I still think that Philip van Hasse looks like Chris Cooper. I said it a couple of times yesterday, and it's freaking me out.
Spot on.
This is another one of those Dutch-Belgian battles.
Game on.
It will be friendly, but now there's no time for friends. You don't want to be the person at the foot of the table getting the wooden spoon, that's for sure. And
60.
if Philip can get a win, he'll be within 2 points of Kevin Painter.
Well, it's just about getting that win, so you just feel like you're part of
100.
It's a horrible situation to be in.
You think about who we've got coming up in Group C this week. We have Colin Osborne, Ryan Finesse, and Adam Lipscomb.
81.
We're talking about people who have done really good things here in the past. So just by going from Group A to Group C, which is what is going to happen to Philip van Hasse, things aren't going to get easier.
Oh, absolutely not. The only thing that will be easier is the mindset, because you're starting afresh. But if you then start that one without a win, then you're in all sorts of trouble.
Is that action breaking down?
66.
And then get a part of the day again. We can't ignore it, because they were poles apart, those darts.
81.
One high and right, low and left, and ultimately the one in the middle was fine. But there it is again.
$41. Philip, you require 158.
He did miss this finish a little bit earlier on today on double 19.
60.
I will say one thing
Martin,
about
you
Philip.
require 157.
Throughout yesterday and today, he's looked smooth from dart one all the way through.
57.
He might not have registered targets,
Philip,
but
you require 98.
it's not that it's been breaking down.
Well, he's missed a fair few darts at doubles, and he's just been the other side of the
58. Martin, you
required
require
target,
100.
but not by far.
That's in, by the looks of it.
80.
That one isn't.
Philip, you require 40.
That's the thing about getting the first double top. You just got to whack it against that first one that's registered.
Game shot in the first leg.
It's almost
Philip
as
van
if
Hasse.
Martin showed Philip the way to tops. I just get the feeling that if I was a punter right now,
Second leg is Martin to throw first.
I'd go with Van
Game
Hasse
on.
in this game, because I think he's going to be super relaxed. And I think you're getting Drac at the right time.
123.
Remember, if you are having a gamble, it's over 18s only. BigGambleAware.org is the website you need for information. Please gamble responsibly.
Well, you can even get 13 to 8 in running
45.
with him a leg up.
Well, there you go. For me, he looks more likely to win this match based on demeanour
96.
and
The
the way
action.
that things are materialising already after 501 points scored.
$140.
And he's one of those players that is not bothered by anything either. Sometimes the smallest things can tip a player over. He's not one of them.
Oh, when you're struggling as well,
140.
you'll find something, won't you?
$100. Martin, you
It's
require
just really,
142.
really steady. And thankfully for Drac, he's finding a little bit more here in leg two. But I'm alarmed by how much he's
42.
missing beds by.
Yeah, it's not the scoring, it's the missing. And how far he's
100.
missing by.
Martin, you require 100.
I had a couple of darts yesterday where he violently missed a double by a few centimetres. He's going for two double tops again.
80.
And the second dot is low
Philip, you
again.
require 116.
For 2-0.
Almost gets a shot at double 18. Not quite.
There was a spell against Kiss in
60.
that brilliant performance from
Martin, you
Christian
require
Kiss
20.
where he did find back-to-back 15s.
Game shot in the second leg. Martin Drac.
It is Drac who holds a slightly better leg, 16.
And he didn't have any dramas on double 10 this time.
No.
Yesterday, he had real dramas on it. And if he missed it on the outside, he was essentially blocking the whole thing. But I know it's easy for us to say from the commentary box, but get it hit with dart 1, you've got no problems with blockers and things like that.
Or just be more attacking. If you're going to miss, you shouldn't be missing on the outside.
134.
From a technique perspective, I really like what Drac has got. He's got a lovely set position. It's a nice stance. Very tall, of course. But that forearm is perpendicular to the floor. Nice thrust forward. It's the kind of throw that you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, the fundamentals of the throw is spot on.
I think you classified this one yesterday as a bit more old school.
Yeah. It's a very early loopy. It's a loopy release, isn't it? Where this is very much stabbed.
You can see the little shiver of the
125.
hairstyle on the shoulders because he's giving it that ferocity. He's trying to use the core strength that he has to stay still.
Yeah, but he punches them in. Very much like Bob Anderson would have done. He just...
Martin, you require 107.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I do believe Bob Anderson's going to be playing his last televised event very soon. 24. So if you're watching, Bob, we know how much we love you.
Game shot
and we wish you all the best.
Philip van Hasse.
And he might be cheering on Philip van Hasse here. I'm sure Bob's got plenty of friends in Belgium.
Fourth leg is Martin to throw first. Game on.
That's going to be an emotional occasion, isn't it?
Very. I've known Bob pretty much all
140.
My life. Well, the fact that it is taking place in the southwest of England, it's the perfect send-off.
Have you managed to play a bit of golf with Bob? Because he loves his golf, doesn't he?
Yeah, I played golf with Bob just before the pandemic at Fox Hills. Beautiful golf course in Surrey.
57.
And he's just as classy on the golf course as he is on the dartboard. I didn't play well that day at all. But Bob was just relentless
95.
hitting fairways, and he was great with the putter. I'll treasure that day for the rest of my life. It was wonderful.
60.
I wonder if Philip's going to be treasuring a victory. Now, I said the same words when he played Peter Hudson earlier. I don't want to give him the dreaded commentator's
85.
curse. He's still got plenty of work to do.
$58.
That's the problem with the way his darts are landing. Even when he blocks the bed, he's got nowhere past it.
100.
And Philip has got that old school throw, but he's playing the game in a very old school way. He's just chipping away. Ton by ton. One treble visit by one treble visit.
138. Philip, you require 161.
This time Philip can't get past the blocker dart.
48.
And Drac can equalise on double 16. This is where he's not blocked out.
16.
He was just a little bit from
Philip,
his view, but
120.
our camera can't exactly tell you what he could see. It was just an indication. We know what Philip is going for.
80. Martin, you require 32.
3-1 and a break.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Could very much have come true had tops gone in on the 120.
You might be wondering.
Fifth leg is
because
Philip
you can
to throw
see
first.
that Philip has got the Loxley tag on his shirt. Do you know where they get the name for that from?
No.
Something to do with Robin Hood, I am led to believe, because
100.
Robin was known as Robin of Loxley.
$135.
I presume it's true.
It is very much true.
100.
I'm sure there's going to be a time in my life where I'm throwing darts, you know. And I've got my reading glasses on the dart shirt.
140.
Sometimes you might have to put them on just to read your score. But he's growing in confidence a little bit here.
100.
And these one treble visits are becoming very regular. In fact, in this leg, he's on something quite rare. The 5-ton game.
100.
The red pen game.
Still on. It's too good.
140.
He's just ruined it.
Martin, you require
Thanks, Philip.
126.
Just trodden all over what I was saying. But you might be trodden on.
Oh.
And look at the amount of emotion in the background. Almost zero. I love that. Doesn't spend any emotional
94.
broadband.
Philip, you require 61.
Double 18. 2 9s. And that's
Game shot in the
maybe
fifth leg. Philip Van
his best
Hassel.
leg of the week because it was so tidy.
3 straight tons at 140.
Sixth leg is Martin
61
to
out.
throw first. Game on.
In a funny sort of way, I'm buoyed by that because I get the feeling that his game is starting to come
58.
together. He doesn't scream to me the kind of player that's getting fatigued, even at the age of 54.
140.
It's almost like he's getting better. He's turning into a fine wine here.
Well, and again, it's exactly what you said. He's not using up energy by
125.
being negative and getting all disappointed and wound up. And
60.
Who's the person who has spent all of that emotional space more than anybody else? You're probably thinking of Aaron Monk, right?
yeah,
60.
yeah. Again, and I've said to him before, you're too emotionally invested. Don't worry about it.
Well, he won a game on the European Tour earlier this year, beat Brendan Dolan, then
100.
went on to punch the stage.
Yeah, he had an amazing game with Joe Cullen straight after that. That was just showed the amount of ability he possesses.
That's ability right there.
180.
First one of the match, but what a time to find it.
Needed it.
Yeah, you were in a whole world of trouble. Mega ball.
100.
Old school.
Martin, you require 78.
Just wants another ton. Another red pen mark on the old sheet. Slightly awkward.
58.
And now a chance.
Philip, you require 101.
This will be another tidy 15-darter. And it may trump what he did in the previous leg. Because it's a match dart. And
Game,
it's a match
shot,
win for
and a match.
Philip Van
Philip Van Hassel.
Well done. 2 15-darters to get his first 2 points. I wondered what his reaction would be in getting his first win. Well, it looks like he just walked into the library. Absolutely no reaction. Averages over 90. And that was a really good performance as well. Incredibly tidy from start to finish. And that finishes up round number 4. When we come back, it will be Christian Kist looking to finish on 18 points on the table at the end of Tuesday. And he will if he beats Peter Hudson.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where before the break we saw Philip van Hasse get the better of Martijn Drac by 4 legs to 2. Martijn, despite a 94.5 average, still waiting for that first win of the day. So this is how the table looks from the conclusion of our 4th round of 5 today here in Portsmouth. And as you can see, it is very tight at the top. Kist and Blomer both on 16 points. It is legs difference that sees Kist at the summit of the table. He's up against Peter Hudson, who can move in 4 points of him with victory in this one. Let's see how this one gets on with Chris and Paul.
Thanks, Henry. Well, Nico, I bow down to your betting prowess. You picked it, didn't you? You picked Philip to defeat the favourite Drac. You suggested he looked the most likely, and, well, you were right, mate.
I get it right sometimes. I wonder if we'll get it right this time. I think it would take a very brave person to go against Christian Kist, considering what we've seen from him today. And if you are just joining us, let's face it, you have missed some great darts today. He only started with a 4-3 against Martijn Drac and didn't play particularly well, but won his bad game. We've touched on that. Since then, he's been fantastic.
First leg, it's Peter to throw first.
Well,
Game on.
The session, when you go back as far as Blomer against Martijn, that was match number 5 where we had the 103.95. Blomer then defeated Painter 4-2 with a 91.24. That was followed by 106.65 from Kist. And then a really enjoyable match that had 7 180s in it between Hudson and Martijn. And then we had Kist pop a 98.56 in a 4-0 drubbing that of Kevin Painter. They included a 140 out and 50% on the doubles. And
140.
Hudson beat Painter 4-2. And then we've just seen Philip pick up his first 2 points of the day in a match where both players averaged over 90.
121.
Yeah, sneaky good game, that, actually.
It was.
But I think it might fall under the radar, considering some of the other things that we've seen today, particularly from this guy.
140.
Who came in with the reputation as a former world champion. But we did touch on the fact that that is the only thing he's won in his WDF career.
140.
But don't let that fool you. He's also won a challenge to a level.
38.
He is number 3 on the challenge to order of merit at the minute. So considering the strength of people on that circuit,
106.
you know he's playing well.
Peter, you require 84.
And that may well be his route into getting a tour card if he doesn't pick one up at Q School next
62.
January.
That will be the motivation, because
Christian, you require 32.
as much as some people are aspirational for Q School,
Game shot in the first
nobody
leg.
wants to go
Christian
to
Kist.
Q School.
No.
Not anybody who's on the tour. Someone who is wanting to get to the tour, they want to get there via the challenge to order of merit.
Well,
now, there's no way to get to the tour from here,
Second leg is Christian
but this
to
can
throw
give you the
first.
confidence
Game
and the
on.
financial rewards to actually help in that quest.
Yeah, and I don't think I've discussed this with you, but my
100.
overall opinion nowadays, after seeing the evolution of Q School and the Challenge Tour now, of course, is that I'd
140.
have 4 cards available via Q School in this country, 4 in Europe.
85.
The rest of it goes down to wherever in the Challenge Tour, because you've got a year then to qualify.
If you look at other sporting models,
180.
and I bring up golf all the time, if you think about the Corn Ferry Tour, which is the second level behind the PGA Tour, the amount of cards that they dish out throughout the year compared to the Challenge Tour in darts, it's
100.
embarrassing. If you win 3 times on the Corn Ferry Tour, you get a PGA Tour card.
Right.
So, with the equivalent of darts, if you won 3 Challenge Tour events this year,
96.
sorted, which would mean that Barry Van Peer's already done.
Maybe a model worth looking at. I don't think you can reward someone over what they do over the course of a few days.
100.
Can be very draw reliant. But if you use the sample of your performances over a 12-month period, surely that's fairer.
I agree.
60.
He is chipping away at shots
Christian,
like that and being
116.
very, very close. And ultimately, not close enough. Oh, boy, look at this.
80.
That would have been classic Christian Kist, that.
PT, you require 25.
Wired double 11, wired the bull.
Game
Doesn't
shot in the
miss
second
double
leg.
eight.
Peter Hudson.
This is ticking along very nicely. Those players out of the blocks
Third leg
quickly
is Peter,
because
throw
both
first.
players are averaging
Game on.
over a ton.
What are we going to have in store tomorrow if we have the same sort of incremental improvement?
59.
It's a long way to come from Eccles in Manchester. Down to the south coast, a little bit further probably for the man from the Netherlands, but he's probably sick of coming over the
100.
English Channel. That's what you've got to do as a dart player living in the Netherlands. Get used to that Eurotunnel. Or indeed get used to the sights of airports.
96.
Speaking to many people who have done a lot of travelling over the years, they can go through airports with their eyes closed these days.
97.
Your remaining fixtures after this one, Blomer against Van Gassen. And that takes on a bit of significance, doesn't it? Because
57.
Blomer against Philip earlier in the day is seen as, well, surely Blomer's going to win that. It looks a little tougher now, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, because last time out, Blomer, of course, was
134.
bageled 4-0.
I suppose there's a nice play on words there because Blomer was left kissed off.
41. Christian, you require 170.
I'd like that. Very creative. Gonna have to be creative from here.
50.
Couldn't quite squeeze the treble 20.
Now, is there a time where 3 double tops comes into play? We have seen it done in Southampton by
57.
Greg Ritchie. It was
Christian,
shortly
you
after
require
Jose de Sousa did
120.
it in the Premier League. But Christian Kist sips from the traditional cup.
80.
Very nearly rewarded.
The answer to my question is I don't think there's ever a right time for it.
No. Oh, well, exhibition.
Yeah, I guess so.
140. Christian, you require
The right thing
40.
to do right now is to break through and hit the double top. A little bit of experience there, standing off. And not being bothered by it is the other part of
Game shot on the
experience as
third
well.
leg. Christian
Some players
Kist.
would have said, what you doing?
I don't think too much bothers Christian Kist. If he was any more laid back, he'd be
Fourth leg is Christian to throw first.
horizontal.
Game on.
I'm almost envious of people who can do it that way. Goes to the same barber as MVG,
100.
but doesn't get the beard treatment. Yeah, I said yesterday that if you see Christian Kist in
100.
casual attire, you probably won't recognise him. He always wears a hat. That'd be a wise
He
thing
was-
to do if he gets 2 days off this week.
He was
121.
walking in, I think, yesterday with Martijn, and I recognise Martijn because he's so big. But I thought it was that next to him, and he had
99.
almost like a bucket hat type. I was like, what's that with him? And he turned around and went, "Oh, hello."
I genuinely do not
94.
know one person on planet Earth that doesn't like Christian Kist. He's completely harmless. He's just really good at this. He's not bothered about the whole
85.
social media scene or the big flags and the big trumpets about being brilliant at something. He just enjoys playing.
I think he's
100.
one of those players that just enjoys that competitive nature, that back and forth.
Nothing wrong with just wanting to be involved and showing what you can do,
95.
but he doesn't need the fanfares
Christian, you require
to show us how
86.
good he is. This was a number yesterday that really cost Peter Hudson. It doesn't
79.
cost him the leg, but the 18s will be
Peter,
calling
you
Peter's
require
name anyway.
122.
4 18s and ball. Needs the treble. Oh, well, you can see that was almost when it was in. It just didn't stay in.
That really did get a lot of flight, didn't it?
Yeah, it took the
36.
energy out of the dart, didn't it? There's not enough energy left for
Christian,
it
you require
to
7.
stay in.
Is inertia the right word there?
Yep.
Took the inertia of it. Double 2.
3.
He can't caress its way through to the 4 segment,
Peter,
meaning
you
that
require
86. Oh, look, Peter Hudson's got 86.
Oh, this is where he made a mess of it yesterday at the single 18 and then went wide and didn't get a dart at the ball. He's learnt this time.
See what happens when you get a
shot on the
single
fourth
18.
leg.
Give
Peter
yourself a shot at
Hudson.
the ball instead of being greedy. He learns, he moves on, he executes. Well done,
Fifth
Peter.
leg is Peter to throw
Kist
first.
has now missed 5
Game
darts at a double in this match. He's averaging 95.03, 2 from 7. That was another break of throw. That's 4 on the spin.
96.
Peter Hudson's had a weird day on doubles. And I mean weird with a capital W. Because if we take his best doubling
59.
performance and compare it with another win that he's had, when he beat Philip van Gassa, he had 4 hits from 5. Now, that's always going to be good.
57.
In his next game, he had 4 hits from 24.
Yep.
The most important thing, of course, is that he won both games, but slightly different routes.
174.
Did you see what I just saw there? He got a 174, but in hitting the treble 18, he actually got a little bit of his own flight, which was in the treble 20.
69.
Well, he did the right thing going to the 18s, but he could have actually displaced that 60 dart. Look how bothered he is.
98.
He plays darts like 10-second Tom. He just doesn't remember everything from 10 seconds ago. Everything's a clean slate.
That must be a great mindset to especially play this game.
The ability to forget in this game is
45.
such a big thing.
Christian, you require 170. $100.
And this is where you can use the 19s. Not anymore. You've got to think of a route to 170 or better at worst. Single 20, single 19, 25. 64 leaves 170 just
Christian,
in
you
case.
require 70.
But he got nowhere near it.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of players start on that treble 19, hit the single, then they'll go ball, and then they'll go treble 20.
Game shot in the 5th leg.
Fabulous from
Christian
Kist. 14 darter, and he's been quality pretty much throughout the day.
Well, his winning legs in this match, 13, 16 and 14, they've all been breaks of
6th
throw.
leg is Christian to throw first. Game
Credit
on.
to Hudson, leg 2, he hit the max, and it was a 14 dart break of throw, so Kist himself would have only had 15 darts in the leg. and
82.
he did miss a dart at a double.
I've got to say something as well about my prediction for the day. I said there was only one question mark against Kist, and that was the endurance.
100.
I've got to say his endurance has been really good.
Yeah, he's still looking comfortable now.
Seems to me as if the long days that he's had on the Challenge Tour recently have
100.
helped his endurance. The fact that he is not injured or ill at the minute, that's good. And I just get the feeling as well, when I saw him in the practice room, he was sitting down, so he's not spending too much
100.
energy on the board. No dart player is ever 100%.
43.
They've always got something going on. We've learned today that Philip van Gassa has an instability condition.
Yes.
Something akin to vertigo,
60.
and he's always fighting against that, which is very tricky in a very precise sport like this. We know that Christian Kist and the likes of Steve West, who's won a week here before, they've always got some sort of
95.
procedure imminent or some sort of little injury.
$100.
In most cases, Kist will get 6 starts from 181. This is where you want to leave 76 or better.
That's why. He went for the ball. The bonus was the treble 20 because he leaves 36. Asking Hudson, well, can you take out 141?
Gives it a grimace.
89.
I'll tell you what, that must have felt
Christian,
good
you require 36.
as soon as it left his hand. Double 9. And
18.
Kist does not find
Peter, you
the match
require
start, which is
52.
quite surprising.
Is it going to be a 6th break of throw? Double 10.
Game
We
shot
go
on
to
the
a
sixth leg.
decider.
Peter Hudson.
Well, this will be a really big leg. Not just for Peter Hudson, for Christian Kist, but it's
7th and
massive
final leg. It's Peter
for
to throw
Kevin
first.
Blomer as
Game
well.
on.
Hudson wins, he goes to 12 points, and he will create a 6-point cushion in 3rd position. And you'd have to say, with everything else aside,
81.
that's a great day for Peter. Because he would do exactly what he did yesterday in winning more than he has lost.
Yeah.
In pegging back Kist,
81.
Blomer plays next with a chance to go back to the top of the table. But they can't be separated at all before this visit.
99.
It's not as if Kist has taken his foot off the pedal. This is what he's been doing all day long.
100.
Yeah, averaging 94 at the moment. 10 points above Hudson.
Evidently, Hudson,
How many times has he done that in deciding legs?
180.
he's playing better at the end of the session as well. Yesterday, he was faltering. He was not playing well at the end of yesterday at all. He averaged 80 and lost to Blomer by 4 legs to 0.
141.
This is a much better finish to the day. And he's got another chance of a 141. I agree, Peter. He'd have
117.
taken that, I assure you. I can almost hear the hands of Kevin Blomer rubbing together.
123. Peter, you require
There's
24.
only one thing left to do. And that's it, double 6.
Game.
So
Sure.
there you go.
And the
Christian
match,
Kist
Peter
does not have the
Hudson.
perfect day. He wins 8 points from 10. And he will definitely be in the race for the top spot in Group A come tomorrow. But that's a little bit of a halt to his proceedings as Peter Hudson solidifies his spot in 3rd place and will have plenty of room to breathe when it comes to Wednesday. We'll come straight back with Blomer looking to top the table after day 2 up against his fellow Belgian.
Welcome back. And have we seen a kissed twist here at the Super Series? Peter Hudson averaging 86.41 in comparison to Christian's 95.5. But it's Hudson who picks up the points for 14 data in the last. Right, 2 more games for us. Big one at the top of the table now. Kevin Blomer in action up against Philip van Hasse. Can he take advantage from that slip by Kist and be the table topper overnight? Here's Paul and Chris.
Yeah, 2 more games to go, Henry, and the story is not written for Tuesday yet, that's for sure. Kevin Blomer's just been given a freebie. He knows, at worst, he's going to be tied on points with Christian Kist going into Wednesday in what's going to be a 2-horse race for the top spot. Maybe. Because if Kist and Blomer start to fail, Peter Hudson is only 4 points behind. We can't forget about him yet. But he is about as comfortable.
Game on.
As a Labrador puppy in a new bed in 3rd position right now.
Hudson could come up the blind side, couldn't he?
78.
He's on 12 points, -3. That's the big issue for him in terms of getting anywhere
45.
near in terms of points. The problem's going to be the leg difference, because I just don't see. Well, I couldn't have saw
140.
Blomer getting blitzed by Kist, but it happened.
Don't count out Philip van Hasse here, because he's just got his first win of this group, and it was a very impressive one as well, averaging just shy of 91 and 4 hits from 7 attempts against Martijn Drac.
Yeah, I mean, if Blomer hadn't lost that game, I'd be with you. But the fact that he's just been beat 4-0 and he's had a bit of time to stew, where he may have been a little bit
60. Kevin, you require
too
143.
cool. I think he's going to be wanting to make a bit of a statement.
I agree. I think sometimes when you only get that 1 game break, or in the case of Peter Hudson earlier, a 10-minute break. This has been a 3-game break. The perfect time for Kevin to get that time out.
He's had like 45, 50 minutes just to regroup.
140. Kevin, you require 46.
And here we go again. Kevin on a finish after 13 darts. That's a lovely dart, considering he's missed that first double 16 by a good inch.
Yeah, and in that match he got beat 4-0. It wasn't like he'll be carrying any sort
Second leg is Philip to throw
Listen,
first.
the result was bad for him, 4-0. He averaged 90 at 1-180. He only got 1 dart, a double, so it wasn't like he got himself embroiled in a match that he'll be sat down spewing over, thinking, oh, I'd missed this dart and I missed that dart. He just got blitzed by Kist, who had a 98.5 average.
And in a funny sort of way, that first loss could actually take
66.
pressure away, because now you're not thinking about staying undefeated or trying to get the 30 points for the very first time. He can get back to what he was doing at the start of the campaign and
60.
just winning games of darts again.
Yep. And he'll be now playing with far more intensity because he's just lost.
84.
And that is something that experienced players here in Portsmouth will know a lot about. Playing after a loss. That's not something that you do
41.
in much, well, in many arenas away from here.
Hardly any, especially with the time involved. Yes, in the Grand Slam, it's very small groups, but you've got
42.
a day to, or sometimes 2 days to deal with it.
And here you've got as little as sometimes 10 or 15 minutes after a loss. That's a very different chemical
60.
reaction in the brain, in the body.
Yep.
Just imagine what it's like if you're scoring a penalty at Wembley and then
134.
the joy of that can be extinguished in a heartbeat because somebody misses one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
100.
You have to live sport. You don't just watch it. Sometimes if you've lived it and you watch it, you can understand what people are going through. It's very hard at times, but it can gift you some of the greatest moments of your life.
64.
Sometimes
Philip,
even
you
as just
require
a fan.
140.
Great first start. Just loves a ton.
85.
Not on this occasion.
Kevin, you require 111.
It's a Nelson. It's not a Nelson.
51. Philip, you require
Could be.
55.
One apiece.
Solid single. Too safe on the tops.
15.
And ultimately didn't give himself a guide.
Kevin, you require
We're not
60.
seeing the same from Van Gassa than we heard or saw from him a little bit earlier on. He might pay the price for taking his foot off the pedal.
Game shot on the
Wonderful
second
take there from Kevin, who gives us the first apology of the day. That's 2 of them. Waiting for 3. There they are. The triple apology.
Third leg is Kevin to throw first.
Just a show of respect, actually, for his elder statesman.
I know that people say that you should never say sorry. It's not necessarily a sorry. It's just an acknowledgement of, well, I was a bit fortunate there.
Have you changed your tune, mate? Because you did it back in October.
I know. And it's just more of like, all right.
100.
Trust me, in my prime, I'd have gone.
Thank goodness there's no commentator cam.
78.
Blomer gets his first maximum. Backs it up with a 1 treble visit, and all of a sudden he's steaming towards correcting that 4-0 loss.
32.
He's not playing at the same level that he was
59.
in, say, game 1 or 2, but let's face it, he's done a lot of damage to his opponents today.
You've been red hot today in terms of your picks, Nico, because
59.
you picked the big upset with Philip to win against Drac, and your what looked ambitious over 13-1 Asitsaka is on course. And the final leg of that is
86.
this match for Blomer to have more 180s than Philip.
So what you're trying to tell me is if Blomer gets the most 180s in this game, I'm going to be walking back to my
100.
accommodation
Kevin,
like
you
Conor
require
McGregor.
98.
Yeah, but just not with the money.
No.
Because we're not allowed to bet.
No, we don't. Integrity first here.
Well, he's gone for the split and gone the other side of the 6.
82.
All's well that ends well, Kevin. If you're 3-0 up, you can forget about that one. The only time you don't want to be hitting a
60.
13 in that region of the board is when you've got double 6.
Kevin, you require 16.
Trust me. Double 4. An absolutely dream guide
Kevin Blomer.
that was for double 4, and 3-0 it is. Yesterday it was 4-2 to Blomer. It was his first game
Fourth leg is Philip
in the
to
MODUS
throw
Super
first.
Series against his fellow countrymen.
Game on.
It was a decent win, and it set him off on the right path. If he's got 18 points going in to tomorrow,
60.
all we're going to talk about for the next 15 hours is that 2-horse race potentially.
140.
I just get the feeling that what we said at the start of the game is really important. Blomer wants to get to 18 points to try and keep Peter Hudson at bay as well and stop his fight back in this group.
Yeah.
62.
Yeah, of course, these two meeting yesterday, it was the double debut, wasn't it?
80.
They are on different sides of the table. One of them has been rooted to the bottom ever since. And one of them has been top most of the time.
81.
I wonder who's watching over in Belgium right now. I know that Brian Roman's watching because Brian's always watching.
I think he tends to sort of have it on while he practices, doesn't he?
83.
Good idea.
Yeah. I used to do the same back in the day when there was any kind of darts on the TV. And then I used to sort of play one of the players and just keep my score in my mind.
One of my favourite practice games is the invisible
60.
opponent. The old James Wilson game. If you get a 15 darter, you win the leg. If you don't, they get the leg.
Yeah, I used to do the very same thing in preparation for
98.
the Worlds, because it was set play, and I used to play sets the same way. 15 win the leg, no 15 lose the leg. Play best of 5 sets.
46.
He's ambling
Philip,
towards
you
the
require
line,
100.
but Van Grassa does not want to be bageled again. And that doesn't do him any favours.
60.
So it is match point
Kevin, you
Blomer.
require 92.
He's done many things right over the last couple of days. But he hasn't got that right.
44. Philip, you require 40.
This is Philip's third dart at a double in the match. Double 5 to survive.
Game shot on the
And it's a
fourth
beauty.
leg. Philip
Right in the
Van
middle.
Hasser.
I hasten to say yesterday he wouldn't have hit that.
No. He just stayed true,
Fifth
didn't
leg
he?
is
And
Kevin to throw first.
silky
Game
smooth. Dropped it straight in the middle of double 5.
That thing that we were talking about earlier with Philip's
40.
ailment. That's probably the right word. Sometimes he has this inability to keep his balance.
Yeah.
60.
It's a difficult thing to have as a dart player, considering how important balance is.
Yeah, and how important it is to remain in position whilst throwing.
78.
It's something that does plague him when he wakes up in the morning. And on some days, it'll be very, very difficult for him to throw darts.
Well,
He's looked better today.
Yeah, he'll be the one that would be ever so grateful for the later start on the Thursday and Friday.
59.
Just a few tired darts starting to creep in here for Kevin. And you've got to be really careful about things like that, because earlier,
100.
when Peter Hudson was playing against Philip, he was drawn into 7 legs.
$128.
And that third dart, that follow through is just starting to get a bit ragged. Yeah. I know that one registered the 54, but when that dart hand starts going behind
60.
the shoulder, a la Jeffrey Desvaughn, you've got to be careful with that. That's a bad habit that can creep in.
This is a good habit.
But it was starting to twist again, wasn't it?
180.
I'm not going to say anything bad about that 180. Let's move on. Because he's got another match dart coming.
100. Kevin, you require 16.
He has been the better player from pretty much the first visit. Doesn't want to give Philip a shot.
Game,
and doesn't.
Shot. And the match, Kevin Blomer.
He finishes the day on 18 points, and for a while it was looking like Blomer might have to settle for second position at the end of Tuesday. However, he takes full advantage of Christian Kist losing to Peter Hudson, and he does the double over his fellow Belgian to be at the top of the table on 18 points with a leg difference of plus 22 going into the final day of the group on Wednesday. We've got one more match for you here on Tuesday, and that's Martijn Drac against Kevin Painter.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
board 2, Kieran Nixon, Robert Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin Blomer is the man to beat now in Group A. He gets the better of Philip van Hasse by 4-1, and it means he's going to have a 2-point lead going into the final day of the group. Right, before we get into our final game, which is between Martijn Drac and Kevin Painter, it's time to reveal the answer to today's Tungsten Teaser. I asked you for the 16 Super Series players whose first name and surname start with the same letter. This was prior to this week. Some recognisable names, including our reigning champion, Luke Little. He had the likes of Keelan Kay, Barry Bates, Cam Crabtree, Thibaut Tricol, the Lakeside finalist from this year, Wayne Warren, and of course the likes of Richard Rowlands, Robert Wickman, Mark McGuinness. They all roll off the tongue. Some great answers there if you got them. And also, if you want some bonus points this afternoon, you actually could have had some referees' names as well. You could have had Charlie Corsafine and Marco Meyer on that particular list. Anyway, that's Tungsten Teaser time. I hope that you got some answers at home, and I hope you enjoyed that. We'll be back for that next week. Anyway, last game of the session is Martijn Drac against Kevin Painter. Without any further ado, here's Paul and Chris in commentary.
That was a heck of a teaser, Henry, and the fact that you had to bring in the bonus answers right at the end, you've just made everybody throw their pen and paper away if they didn't get those two. But a very good teaser, and I hope you were playing along. I wonder how many you got. I'm not going to lie, I completely forgot about it, so I didn't do it. I've been too busy engrossed in what we've had today in 14 matches. And as for this one, it is Painter looking to finish the day on 6 points in the table. And if he can get himself to 6, he will actually equalise Martijn Drac where he started
First
the day.
It's Martijn to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's been a strange old day for Martijn. He looked nice and fresh and like he was up for it
60.
today, but made a losing start, 4-3, missed 12 darts at a double.
40.
And he's not really recovered. He then went down 4-2. In credit, he couldn't do a lot about that.
140.
Kevin Blomer was irresistible. 103.95 on the average.
Kev's gone full circle. He's gone back to the old school darts with the Alamo stems and the black pear-shaped flights. And in a funny sort of way, he's gone completely the opposite in scoring points today. He's done the double of Philip van Hasse, and he won his last game yesterday. He's won his first game today and lost the rest.
Yeah, I think with Kevin, I think he's just got to
45.
stick to something that he knows that has worked before, that may not be working now. And well, for him, it's just about
38.
finding something that he's going to stick with on Thursday and Friday.
Let's put it this way. When it comes to big tech in
85.
darts, there are some great stuff out there that can really help certain players. But I always remember when Jim Furyk won the FedEx Cup, which was a bonus of $10 million at the time. It's actually more now.
requires 78.
But when he won that in Atlanta, he won it with a putter that he bought at a local pro shop for $29.
Yeah.
38.
I remember reading that story.
Kevin, you require 155.
Astonishing. But case in point, Nico. Stick to what you know. And that can happen.
First leg. Kevin Painter.
Well, there you go. Kevin Painter with the I don't know emoji.
Second leg is Kevin to throw first. Game on.
That was a superb shot. And you know what? He gets a lot of stick for looking grumpy on the hockey, but when he smiles, it's really infectious.
82.
If I was to have a party, he'd be one of the first people I'd invite because he's great at just socialising and talking about stories, and he's funny. Got a great laugh.
96.
But he's a competitor, and that's what people see most.
Yeah, exactly that. And they judge him on how they see him in work mode.
123.
It does fascinate me when you're sort of at a gig and someone sort of goes, "Oh, do you know such and such?" And you go, "Yeah, know him well." "Oh, I can't stand him. I think he's this."
42.
"Oh, what was that when you met him?" And they go, "Oh no, I've never met him." I go, "Well, how do you know him then?"
That's a bit like someone saying, "Do you know what? I don't like Anthony Hopkins because he was way too
60.
Hannibal Lecter-like as Hannibal Lecter," and then you realise, oh, he's actually an actor. I've read stories about people who've been in Coronation Street
180.
and fans have walked up to said character and said, "You got to stop being so evil on that program." They're actors. They're playing a part. And right now, Kevin Painter against Drac, he's playing the part of the competitor. That's his job. Again, I'm paraphrasing Roy Keane. It's his job.
99. Kevin, you require 96.
It's a bit like my missus' little boy. I go, "Well, do you want to, making some food?" "I don't like it." I go, "Well, when did you have it last time?"
56. Martin, you require
he's never
84.
had it. I go, "Well, how does he know he don't like it then?"
Oh, no shot at bull. Music to the ears of the artist. Look at him in the background. He's going all celestial. Suppose if you're going to do that, this is the right place to do it.
Well, we are in a church, Nico. This is the place to pray.
Hallelujah.
In the second leg, Kevin Painter.
Backs up the break with a hold despite the max from Martine.
Third leg is Martine to throw first.
I'm starting to think that these are the darts he should be using tomorrow. If you're listening, Kevin, I think you might agree.
85.
Now, I know you're only averaging 88.41. That's 17 darts per leg. But that's the kind of level that you need for the rest of the week to be
45.
more competitive than you have been in this group.
Yeah, if he can hold around an 88-ish average, he'll be more than competitive. I just think he needs something to... That 155 may be the catalyst just to make him feel good.
Not to mention the fact that he hasn't missed a double in this match so far. That always makes you feel good. That
46.
feeling of when I get to a finish, I take it immediately.
And it also sends a message out to your opponent that if they make a mistake, you will punish.
In a funny sort of way, I would really like to see this week Prakash against Kevin, because they know each other super well. But in order for that to happen, it's probably going to have to be finals night.
43.
Because Prakash is in Group B. Kevin looks like he's destined for Group C alongside Osborne, Finesse, and Lipscomb. And
that's not a pleasant group.
No, it's not.
56.
That's not fun. That's going to be
great
real
for us and all the viewers.
Oh,
but yeah, as a player, you'd be thinking, is there an easier one out there for me?
I'm not sure there is.
98.
I do like the look of painter against Osborne, though.
They do have some
41.
Super Series
Martin, you
history.
require 108.
Well, that one's a single 19. And there's another. And the gap between those two shots going for the
42.
same target, that has been plaguing him for games now.
$85.
Raise of the eyebrows
Martin,
from
you
Kevin as if
require
to say, oh, there you are.
66.
Doesn't have to hit this tops.
26.
Because Kevin is on 168. But you still want to finish legs off
100.
in 7 visits minimum.
Martin, you require 40.
Even 6 visits minimum. Double 5.
35.
What an invitation that is for Kevin.
Kevin,
There's
you require
no
68.
way he thought he was going to get a look at this. But double 4 will give him a 3-0 lead.
60.
That could have been
Martin, you
an
require
indication that the tides are turning. It's just in the one.
5. Game shot in the third
That was
leg.
just in the
Martin
double
Drac.
too. It was almost double 17. I think Martin was trying to make eye contact with Kevin there, and he failed miserably.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Fourth leg is
Might as
Kevin
well
to
try
throw
and give
first. Game
Vincent
on.
van der Voort a cuddle. Or a kiss.
It's like trying to stare down Richard Veenstra.
95.
Let's look at the
45.
situation for Martin Drac then, because 6 points in the table. 6 points behind Hudson. If
45.
that stays the same, is he really going to catch Hudson for 3rd place?
No. Can't see it. Well, Hudson effectively would
57.
have to lose all of his matches, wouldn't he?
Yeah, and Drac would have to win 4 from 5, which he's been not anywhere close to this week. I know he won his first 3 games yesterday, but he was a very different player then.
Been a very different player since. Right. 95, 45, 140 for Kevin.
And more to come. I like the bull here. And the 17s aren't bad either, actually. Keeping yourself with that number at the end.
Yeah.
Like a 1, a 4, a 7, or a 0. It just gives you more options.
140.
No options
Kevin, you
for
require
Drac
90.
there.
Well, he should have gone 19 in the previous visit to leave himself on something else. That's
Game shot in
beautiful
the
from
fourth
Kevin.
leg.
In
Kevin
fact, his
Painter.
doubling in this game has been superb.
Yeah, the 155 and now a 90 to lead
Fifth leg is
3-1.
Martin to throw first.
And that was
Game
a
on.
14 dart hold. 3 out of 5, 60%.
100.
Winning percentages.
$58. $92.
Needs a 2 big trouble visit here just to keep Drac on his toes. Gets it.
140. $134.
Should be starting on 19s and does.
98. $65.
All about the approach play for KP here. Oh, and that's a disastrous start. 18s to leave. Well, the single will leave.
28. Martin, you require 110.
Single 18 with left 164. So he's given Martin a bit of time on this one. Tops.
70.
This one is going to get extended
45. Martin, you require 40.
to a sixth leg. And in that sixth leg, Kevin will have the darts.
Game shot in the fifth leg. Martin Drac.
Martin pins the double 10. This is the key leg
Sixth
for
leg is Kevin to throw first. Game on.
to get him over the line.
$100.
He will take that.
$57. $55. $59.
Tough day for both. We come to a conclusion of day 2 in Group A. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow morning for the conclusion of Group A at 9:30 in the morning.
$100.
See the reaction. He was desperate to try and squeeze another treble. Leave him on a finish.
58.
But he's got 6 darts from 186. The finishing so far has been good from Painter. 3 from 5, including that 90 finish
91.
and the 155 to win the opening leg.
$46.
Well, to wrap
Kevin,
it
you
up,
require 95.
he's done the combination of 57 and 38. Maybe tempted to go for the ball. I think the 19s would be the right shot if you do it, the 57. Well, now he's forcing himself into going 20 ball with his opponent back on 160. And he gets the ball.
And the match, Kevin Painter.
Kevin Painter, who started the match with a beautiful 155, has won the match with a beautiful 90 finish on the ball, an average just shy of 82 for 140s. But look at that finishing. 4 out of 6 finishes of 90, 95 and 155, getting the job done. 66.67%. He moves on to 6 points, but today, well, belongs to Blomer. Let's have a word with the boys up on the balcony.
Thank you very much, Chris. Artistry from the artist to finish.
What a great way to finish day 2. That was Kevin just trying to flex his muscles a little bit, and I don't mind that whatsoever. When you've got an opponent that has struggled today to get points, and you've got yourself in a position like that, try and do something with a nice big full stop. And that's going to give Kev some buoyancy going into day 3. He's not going to get through this group, but the fact of the matter is he may have found something that he can use for the rest of the week.
As for Martin Drac, just not happened for him today, did it?
I think the schedule today didn't do him any favours. I think yesterday, finishing up against Christian Kist and Blomer, I think it was really tough for him to go up against those 2 players. But to have them first today, it set him off on the wrong path, and ultimately he couldn't recover. And everybody took advantage of that.
Well, let's see where the land lies then in the table following our second day's action here in Group A. Kevin Blomer is going to go into the final day of action with a 2-point lead from Christian Kist overnight. In terms of Kevin Blomer, he didn't just pick up where he left off yesterday. He got better at times.
Yeah, he did, and he took full advantage as well of Christian Kist getting that defeat towards the end of the schedule. I think in group play, you do need some results to go your way if you're not going to be perfect. Now, Kevin has suffered one defeat. Now that Christian has got two, that may be the difference between Kevin going through and Christian not, but all will be told on Wednesday.
As for Christian Kist, midway through the session, he went on a real spurt. 106 average, followed by that 96 average to get the better of Kevin Blomer. It looked like he was doing all the hard work, and perhaps at the end, you could feel like opportunity missed with that final defeat.
Maybe a little bit, but I think you've got to give Peter Hudson a bit of credit because he stuck to his task really well, and at times he's played some super stuff. Unfortunately, the mean level of Peter's play has not quite been good enough to get himself into a primary position. But we can't count him out of tomorrow yet, not mathematically. But that level is there. It's just got to be found more often. But Kist, he's just been really consistent.
Could he be going under the radar, Peter Hudson, especially as the week goes on?
Maybe. But I do still think that the consistency's got to be better. Remember the way he started today. He did not play well in his first game. And you can't afford to do that. You've got to be able to do it for 4 or 5 games throughout the day. You can't just have 1 or 2 good games. This is not knockout darts. This is group play where you've got to be the best of quite a few other players. And unfortunately, so far, Peter hasn't.
Well, we're going to see how this group concludes tomorrow morning. 9:30, we resume the action here at the MODUS Super Series to see who is going to claim that first place through to Saturday night's finale. You can be here as well on Saturday evening. Dartshot.tv, the place to go to get your tickets. Every single Saturday available as well. Champions Week, just to rubber stamp, and the date is on August the 5th. Right, we shall go and enjoy the rest of our afternoon, shall we?
Nice weather here in Portsmouth, but we've had a great day at the darts, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
Absolutely, because as Roy King would say, that's our job.
Yep.
Right, we shall see you first thing tomorrow morning for the continuation and conclusion of Group A here at the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin, well, he's home alone at the top.